Welcome. This will be my review and spoiler discussion of the 1994 movie Natural Born Killers. The movie's rated R, so will this video be? And let's see. Yeah, so before I get into the spoiler discussion, there will be no spoilers in this video for the movie or anything else. And yeah, this movie, goddamn. It comes very close to, like, I think it could have been better, but it does a lot of things that are interesting and admirable. And yeah, I I've been watching this movie every so well, not every so often. Sometimes years will pass in between. The first time I watched this movie, let's go there, 25 years ago, and yeah, I have probably watched it half a dozen times, maybe more. Um, and I watched it again because we're doing Tarantino. One Tarantino movie per month, give or take. Not always exactly that. Um, until I've done the ones that I hadn't already done. And it's possible by the end of this there'll still be some left that I haven't. We'll see. And I guess yeah, I'm gonna. Before I get too far into it, I want to briefly talk about. So, in real life, I am opposed to violence. I do think that it can be worthwhile to put in fiction, and it is obviously crucial to document, uh, you know, for example, police brutality. But yes, in real life, in my opinion, violence should always only ever be the absolute last resort. You should have attempted everything else before engaging in violence. I'm not saying it's never necessary. It was necessary to fight World War II and stop the Nazis, and Stonewall was necessary. Shouldn't have been, but it was. So when I talk, so just for the rest of this video, I'm gonna try not to say all of that over again. If I'm talking about violence in this video, if I'm talking about real life violence, just know I am against it unless it was the last resort. And if I'm talking about violence in fiction, yeah, I am. If I'm, let's see, yeah, there I think it can really help. Um, so I am not currently planning on talking about the. Yeah, there were some murder cases where this movie was basically um, said by some to have inspired people to commit real life violence. I think what I'll say on it is that obviously I think it's terrible that those people were killed, and I yeah, I wish their killers had not done so. I have long had some interest in the subject of, whether or not media can influence people towards violence. And as such, from, let's see, I guess it has been about 25 years of looking over, various research and listening to people who've done more research than I, and, maybe got some fancy college education on the matter. It's not that, it's one of those things, it's a little complicated, and I'm not going to get into every single little, I encourage you to also look, into it. And if you come to a different conclusion than I have, that's perfectly fine. But basically, if someone watches, some research suggests that if someone watches a lot of media violence, they can become desensitized to real life violence. And movies, let's see, I think how was it phrased again? I think it was something along the lines of that a movie can't make you go out and commit a violent act, but it can make you think that, a certain individual or group of people deserve violence, making you less inclined to, so like there's a lot of American movies that are deeply racist, and those, sometimes, not everyone, but some people watch them and end up becoming racist or more racist than they were. And so when they hear about real life violence against those ethnic minorities, they are inclined to not believe the the victims' families and some, survivors of violence and such, when they explain what actually happened. Because, for example, with police violence, no, turns out it's actually like, I forget the exact, someone did the did look at, but there's a huge percentage of time where it is not provoked, and then there's, a percentage of the time where, even if it was provoked, the violence was completely disproportionate, and beyond that, I just gotta say, this movie, so I've already mentioned, it's not exactly perfect. I think if you watch this movie and your takeaway is that you should go kill someone, like, did you even fucking watch it? Like, what the fuck? Okay, listen. If you watch this movie and the thing you take away is a pro-violence message, I don't even know how to talk to you. I'm gonna move on. I watched this movie, and what I take away, among other things, is that violence begets violence, that people who have really fucked up childhoods and, young adulthoods sometimes, end up becoming violent themselves, which is true, documented fact. And that there is a symbiotic relationship between America's obsession with violence and let's see, the way that the media treats violence in America and actual acts of violence in America. And some longtime viewers may, I don't know if anybody remembers, except for myself, but years ago I did a video on U-Turn, another Oliver Stone directed movie, and when I did a video on that, I specifically said that I felt like I probably couldn't do Natural Born Killers justice, and what can I say? I found the courage. But the idea that someone would watch this, just shy of 2-hour movie and get the message that they should go out and hurt people, kill people in real life, rather than that, countless hours of American media coverage of real life violence might have told them that, because does the movie say, serial killers become famous? Yeah, but it criticizes it. Like, the actual media, news media and such, they are the ones who make celebrities out of serial killers. This movie is fictional. Like, Mickey and Mallory Knox don't exist. They made up something. Like, I appreciate that there was some inspiration drawn from real life, but like, and it was made during the 90s, famously a decade with some really, really high profile, cases of violence that were worsened by their media coverage. Like, I'm gonna move on. I've made my point. So I think I'll start when it comes to, so I mentioned I'm doing this as part of Tarantino theme, months. I do want to acknowledge Tarantino was not a fan of this movie. Basically, Stone read the script and was like, listen, dude, I know you're in your 20s and the way you see things is different from the way I see things. I'm in my mid to late 40s. I can't make the movie that you wrote, and he and others, changed a bunch of stuff in the script. As it is, like, the final movie just has a story by credit for Tarantino rather than written by Tarantino. I guess I should note, I forget if I've watched another version of this movie. If so, it must have been 25 years ago. So what I say about the movie itself is based on the director's cut. So you can't come and say, oh, do you realize how violent it is? Yes, I watched the more violent version. I didn't watch a watered down version, and and I'm not pretending like this movie isn't like really, really fucking violent. Now, I think that pretty much gets us to, I have not read Tarantino's script, but I do understand that basically they just kept the very bare bones. Like, they changed so much that it is just barely still, and let's see. And yes, I did at some point consider doing this, as this is not the last time I'll be doing a video on an Oliver Stone directed movie, but I don't know, felt right. Right, and we're also feels weird to say when the month is half over, but welcome to Neo-Noir-vember. Yeah, I don't know. I could have this entire month could have been non-stop. I could have made every movie I did this month be one of a noir, a Tarantino movie. There we go. Decided to only do one. And the let's see, I think I appreciate that some people took issue with the way it depicts violence. I am going to talk about that now. Let's see. I guess so the psychological accuracy is, at times quite high, and I'd say when it really needs to be, it is, and the authenticity is this is not a realistic movie. This is very much a satire, and as such, like, I'm a big believer in you gotta try to have what's the word? It's important for satire to have a level of consistency. I'm not saying it has to be perfect, but if it gets below a certain threshold, that can be a real problem. It can be for other movies as well, but with satire, But yeah, it's very true to itself more than authentic to the real world. And this is something, Stone himself points out. This is not the way that this kind of thing, is in real life. It's an exaggerated version to criticize, the American obsession with violence. And okay, when I say that, as a non-American, obviously, I do want to point out, I'm not saying that everyone in America is themselves violent. However, there is a tremendous amount of violence in American media. Yes, I think that might more or less cover that. So the level of detail is tremendous. Like, it's pretty ridiculous how much they fit in here. And the tone at times is gritty, and at other times it's cartoonish and over the top. And it's difficult to make both of those work well in the same picture, but yeah, it manages. And I think that does, yeah. So dialogue, I'm not certain they left in any of Tarantino's dialogue. I will say there were a couple of times where lines felt like they could have been written by him. But something, I quite appreciate about this, and I talked about in my videos on Tarantino movies, the other couple I've done in recent months, so yeah, the Tarantino movies he made before this one, and also I think I also saw, I also saw that in my From Dusk Till Dawn video. He, I quite appreciate, his are very much like, this is what you would like to think you sound like, this is what you sound like when you're retelling a story, where in this movie, it's more this thing of, it feels like the way people talk in the real world, if filtered through the satirical lens. And I think that works incredibly well. Like, there are times where characters will go, and such, and like struggle to think of the right word to say stuff like that, you know. But yeah, the redone script, the script they ended up going with here, is quite strong, and yeah, it manages to criticize the culture of violence in America in multiple different ways. And there's actually, you know, if you have the DVD, the deleted scenes add even more. And it's one of those things where I don't think any of the deleted scenes are bad, but you can see, like, it. I think they were all, yeah. The deleted scenes were cut for time. Yeah. Now I think that does. Yeah, I wanted to briefly note. So apparently, like, and this is straight from the horse's mouth. Stone himself has said that, you know, originally he was thinking, sure, we'll make an action movie out of this, you know, and then it just developed, and a case could be made that it got out of their control, that it ended up getting to, yeah, I will discuss that. But before that, yeah, the direction. It is definitely true that Oliver Stone has directed some movies that just don't really work. It's one of those things, like, for some of them he has this very particular style, and this one, I wouldn't say it's style over substance, but I do think there are times where, yeah, they kind of just, you know, let loose and ended up with something that's a, a lot. It's not the best movie, but it might be the most movie. So the cinematography and the editing are very, let's see, I think so in U-Turn, there's this thing where Stone will go from, you know, like there's some of the editing gets kind of frenetic in there, and, you know, he'll cut between two shots of the same person in this, you know, and maybe one of them will be like in black and white and such, you know. He does that like so many more times here. Like, I don't know the exact number, maybe 10 times as much or something. It's, you know, ridiculous. So some of the words that help describe this well include trippy and psychedelic. You know, it feels like we're being told the story from the point of view of Mickey and Mallory Knox, the serial killers, you know. And yeah, just like, I don't know any other movie that goes quite this hard on, like, there are other movies that have it for some, but not as much of the movie. You know, I forgot the number, but in IMDb trivia, my wrists are too fucking sore right now to look it up, but the number of cuts is much higher than, you know, your average movie. You know, I mean, this is more like chaotic and fast at times than like the fucking Crank movies. You know, like an argument could be made that the movie Gamer by Neville Dean Taylor, the guys behind Crank, at least at times is more disorienting than this one. But even so, it's certainly less trippy than this. And there was a fantastic line that I'm going to quote directly in the behind the scenes documentary on the DVD. It is a big budget studio student film. That is such a pitch perfect way to describe what we have here. This uses so many different formats. So let's see if I can recall the ones they mentioned. Super 8, 16 millimeter. Shit, what was the other one? There was at least one more millimeter. And they also use 2D animation, and we're not talking like, oh, like, you know, hyper realistic to where you can barely see, you know, maybe like a pencil scratches, like the Take On Me video. No, it's heavily stylized. Like, it reminded me of something like anime maybe, or something, you know, like, yeah. And they will incorporate stock footage and such, sometimes as scene transitions. It's a very, yeah. I have never seen a movie that looks quite like this. I have always agreed with the movie's criticism of America's obsession with violence. I will admit that when I was a teenager watching this, I agreed with that message, but I did also, the craftsmanship, the way that it is, like, it uses so many different things and it uses them to great effect, and some people have felt that the movie was like essentially overpowering. I think it's meant to be. Whether or not that is a good thing is up for debate. But I'm approaching 40. By now, some of the stuff that when I was a teenager, that stuff didn't bother me as much, though obviously I didn't want it happening in real life. But yeah, you reach a certain age and it starts to be a little more uncomfortable. And the use of rear screen projection in this is just like, because the thing is, traditionally, rear screen projection is a screen. They'll I guess I should, for anyone who genuinely does not know exactly what rear screen projection, among other things, if you watched a movie that was, enough decades old, I don't know if anybody still does it, but, back in the day when they were, when they would show people in a car, they would have the car stationary and rear screen project the road, to whichever, in front of, behind, to the side, whatever. So that's rear screen projection, This movie uses other surfaces than screen. I think maybe some of the time it uses regular screen for, but like there's one point where like they're projecting a fire footage of a fire and like people trying to put it out onto a building, and it does have this really surreal effect, like, because the thing is, it calls attention to itself. Like, you see that and you don't think, oh, the building's on fire. You see that and it like immediately, like, your brain clocks it in like a fraction of a second. Like, you're immediately like, that's different. Haven't seen that, not used to seeing that, and it's one of those things. I think that's an underrated tool in the arsenal of a filmmaker, to call attention to the filmmaking, because then instead of, I don't think breaking immersion is always bad. I think it's bad if it's unintentional, but it has to be purposeful here. Like, nobody looks at the footage and thinks seamless. So it breaks the immersion, and instead of being, transported into the world of the film, you're reminded that you're watching a movie. And I think the idea is you find yourself thinking, why did they make that choice? And yeah, there's one point where they're in like a motel room, I think it is, and they're watching TV, and as we're seeing them on the bed. We're not seeing the TV, but we can see out the window, and as one of them changes the channel multiple times, they we see stuff projected on, yeah, like on the through the window. And I found myself thinking, oh, I guess that's what because that footage changes each time he changes the channel. So I thought, oh, it's reflecting what they're seeing on the TV, which is, it's a neat way to have us be aware of what they're looking at. But then it cuts and we see the TV, and what's on TV is not what's through the window. So like, it's, some of the time it is reflective of their state of mind. So even as they're actually literally watching TV, they're still thinking about other stuff on TV. Like, and it's kind of incredible that this point was made 31 years ago, because like today, I mean, I'm sorry, but when was the last time that we were actually able to just sit fucking still and just focus on one thing? Like, we're talking about like a second screen, like back when this came out, there was no fucking second screen, and the movie's already saying, can we just fucking focus maybe? And maybe it's primarily saying it about the two serial killers, but even so, I do really appreciate, yeah, it's like, it's long been a problem. Uh, I do also just want to note, I think part of the reason that this, that I got so into The Craft, back when I watched this as a teenager, I have always had ADHD. Like, I have memories of being like 7, where I just could not fucking focus under any circumstances. And I fucking wanted to, because everybody else fucking wanted me to. And it just didn't happen, And this movie, like, obviously I don't see the world, thank fucking God, the way that Mickey and Mallory do see it, but this is one of the only movies that really, where that I can look at and be like, okay, so somebody else understands what it's like to have fucking ADHD. Unmedicated, tried medication once, made things worse. So I think that more or less, uh, yeah, the cinematography is also just like the clearly a lot of thought was put into whether or not the camera should move, how it should move, if so, and like there are times where it'll show something from a very unconventional angle, or the it'll have yeah, it'll be showing something and we're like, why am I looking at that? The editing includes the fact that this was very effectively trimmed. I suppose I can't, that again, I don't know if I guess it's not impossible that the theatrical cut was not trimmed, although I understand it was censored. Um, Oliver Stone talks about that on the commentary track. But for the director's cut, certainly they managed to trim. Like I appreciate. I'm really really glad that some stuff that was deleted ended up on the DVD as deleted scenes, and the let's see. Yeah, some of the editing. So the thing with I already mentioned, stock footage and such. Sometimes it'll show an ad as like a transition between two things, or the one of the things it does is the sometimes a violent act will be punctuated by an ad, an ad for a soft drink or something, because in America, like that there was a time, when this was made, everyone was constantly watching TV, and today in some ways it's much worse because like now it's not just TV, and like we literally, and I'm not above it myself, I'm not judging other people for it, I'm saying all of us constantly have a fucking screen in our face, and yeah, you know back when this was made, TV, yeah, you'd see something violent on TV, and then it would be punctuated by an ad to get you to shell out harder money for sugar water. Like I never seen sugar do that. So it is arguably appropriate, and it definitely is very funny, at least to me, that at least some of the people behind some of the people yeah, Oliver Stone mentioned some of the people, who I guess work at those companies or something, were like annoyed by that use. And it's like, okay, I mean, it's not about you, it's about the message. You made it's fucking soda. You're not like saving the world. Like, listen, if this had like disrespectfully used a clip of someone like working really hard to save the world, yeah, I would take issue with that. I guess I do want to briefly note. So I've already talked about how some movies can encourage racism. You know, the it is very important to keep in mind the kinds of messages sent by media, the media we consume and produce and such. And yeah, I don't know if I can think of a really smooth transition, but I do want to, it. Two videos I've watched recently that were in part also about some of that. Cheyenne Lynn's about, let's see, I think it's like Teenage Dream or something like that. And the collaboration between Kalen Conrad and Hoots. Let's see. ChatGPT gave me an eating disorder are both fantastic, as usual, for those YouTubers. I think that brings us to... right, yes. So I mentioned, but I didn't really comment on, yeah, this, like U-Turn, does that thing where it'll show the same person, have a, from sometimes very similar angles, and, yeah, it'll show that multiple times. Like I mentioned, this one does it much more, and some of the time it's that at least one of the versions we're seeing is reality, or as close as the movie gets to it, and another is how it is perceived and perhaps also intended. So you might see, I'll give an example that's from the start of the movie, so I'm not spoiling anything. The waitress is taking food order, and like the actual thing is just her saying, so just talking about the food order. But then there's a version where she's like flirting, and yeah, it works really well, because the thing is, like, are we seeing that she's thinking about flirting? Are we seeing that she is trying to flirt, but it doesn't quite come across in the version of reality that we see? Is it being perceived as flirting by him that she's flirting with, or his girlfriend who, is maybe jealous? Like, there's so much... Yeah, because it definitely... There are times where it definitely does help drive what's happening, because certainly her reaction to the waitress implies that she perceives it as flirtatious, which doesn't mean that it wasn't or wasn't meant to be, or the like, so yeah. And yeah, like some of the time the movie will have the same line or a very similar one play right after. Sometimes there's even overlap, and it'll maybe be a slightly different take or the like. And yeah, like the effect is undeniable. And this was also one of those cases where, like I mentioned, well, let's see. Shit, when did I last watch? Fuck, I think the last time I watched this was like, I know I rewatched a bunch of these. I think this one might have been one of them, when I was going to watch, right before watching The Hateful Eight in theaters. I don't think I did it again for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think that was during a time where some of my physical pains meant that I wasn't watching movies so much. But I forget. So yeah. Bare minimum, what was Once Upon a Time? Was that 2019? It's certainly been years. Yeah, years since I last watched this movie. And I remembered it as being more aggressive with some of the stuff. And maybe it's also just the fact that I'm rewatching. I think the very first, your initial viewing is a lot, But yeah, it is... right on the border of becoming excessive. I don't think it quite crosses it, at least not for me. I can absolutely imagine if you do not have ADHD, this might be headache inducing. Fair warning. There's some chance. Like, ask somebody who has who doesn't have ADHD who has watched it, if that was their experience. Now, the production value is quite high. No area of it feels cheap, even as they're using, like sometimes rear screen projection can feel cheap, and sometimes that was like, I mentioned these scenes in movies that are from some decades ago. I forget when they stopped. I know they did at least some in the 60s and 70s. But yeah, that, back then they had no other option. I'm not sure anybody ever really bought it. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, they're driving, people accepted it. Before we had photorealistic special effects, that was kind of, yeah, that was the only option, other than being really annoyed by it. The set design is great. There are some really, really memorable places in this, and the location scouting, holy shit. There's some similar to U-Turn. Some of it is like out in, let's see, I can never remember, is it called the desert? If there is technically road there, but certainly, close to being in the desert, if not actually in the desert. And yeah, so the costumes, that's one area where this has gotten some criticism. Some have felt that Mickey and Mallory, are made to look too cool, and certainly, those are some really killer shades, pun intended. So much so that that's actually, at least some of the DVDs and such have that as the cover, just him with the shades on. I appreciate, I certainly think it is important to not make, sorry about that, characters look too cool if they're doing something terrible. But, and for sure, like, there are some iconic looks here. But, and it's the kind of thing that you could see people just like going to Halloween parties dressed as. But I don't think that you can quite, yeah. Ultimately, I think the things that they do and the way it's filmed and edited is sufficient that, like, you get, okay, these are terrible people and should not be imitated. And the makeup is also really nicely done. And let's see. Right, I also really love the way that this sometimes gets so incredibly creative in the... So we see the first time that Mickey and Mallory met. That was more alliteration than intended. And it's done in the manner of a multi-camera laugh track, like canned laugh sitcom. Like, it's such a, and the I forget what the film stock is called, but that's where, like, it's filmed on yeah, type of film that makes it look like they actually filmed it for TV, and obviously that again is one area where immediately it draws attention to itself. You can't help it. Like, the laughter, the laugh track alone, and the other elements mentioned, also, but yeah, like, you can't not realize, okay, there's something here. Like, this is not it, especially because it's not like the entire thing is made as, like, in that kind of thing. And I think that was the right choice. But the thing is, this is essentially, Mallory thinking back to them meeting. And because she has watched so much TV, because she is an American, I jest. A lot of countries are really, watch too much television. Yes. But because she's watched so much television, when she thinks of this, like it happens through the filter of TV, and yeah, like this big thing of they meet and really fall in love, so yeah, it's like it's a family sitcom, because she was still living with her family when the two of them met. And I guess I will just briefly talk about, so I think maybe one of the things that got people to think that this was like glorifying, um I you know yeah part yeah is the fact that this does in part function as this like romance. And I want to underline, I think the movie makes it completely clear these are not people that you should idolize. Like, the movie literally has, and this is not a spoiler, it happens, so yeah, it's not a spoiler. We see people in this movie that are like fans of Mickey and Mallory, like in universe, like people who actually think, yeah. And like the movie could not make it clearer that they are not appealing. The Mickey and Mallory aren't, and their fans aren't. Like, I don't know what more you need. Do you need them to have like fucking clown makeup on? They're clearly not meant to be idolized. And to be clear here, I'm especially mocking and criticizing real life people who watch this and think that, like, if you only hear about it, okay, maybe. But if you watch this, if you watch, let's say, most of this, and you come away thinking that they're to be idolized, like, what the fuck? If you are someone who is just like concerned that people are going to imitate this, like, I'm trying to be less harsh to you, because I too, I think it is like, I don't know that I think that this movie caused it, but certainly I'm wary of movies. Again, to me, it is primarily about, like, we have to be careful that movies and other media don't encourage people to hate a certain individual or group, but yeah. But like some other Tarantino, yeah, there is a romance, and it is like you can understand why they're in love. This is one where it's like, with true romance, it is like you really want these two you want it to work out for these two. With Mickey and Mallory, it kind of makes them scarier. It's even more fucked up because, like, we do have a bunch of movies that are just about like one or more serial killers, and there's not really romance there, and some of those are already very scary. But with this one, like, the fact that they are so in love, like, there's one point where someone comments that it's as, to Mickey and Mallory, they are the only two people in the world. And if they were just like not killers, that would be like, aw. But instead it's like, because yeah, they're the only, to them, they're the only two people in the world. Everybody else, like, they don't, let's see. It seems from early events in this as though they will kill pretty much anyone without any real, like, yeah. Um, and let's see, I think that brings us to the music. So the original score is great. And it also uses a bunch of licensed music to really, really great effect. Like, sometimes it is like ironic use. Other times it is, the piece of music being used the way it's intended and such. And, I I wouldn't do it before watching because I wouldn't want it spoiled. But if you've watched this movie, look at all the music that they put in it. Like, it's, yeah. Um, I've heard each of those pieces of music at least one other place. And yeah, this is such a perfect use of it. Again, sometimes genuine, sometimes ironic. And let's see. Oh, right. Okay, I gotta just mention, at one point, they use the at one point, this movie is literally, shit, no, that's too big to give away. I'm gonna talk about it in the spoiler section though. But no, that's, you should not know that going into the movie. Okay. The sound design is fantastic. The guns and general violence has this, like, real visceral nature to it. Like, it sounds like guns sound powerful, injuries sound like they hurt. And something I also quite appreciated, there's a couple of times where something you might think that they would put sound to something, but they didn't, and it's really, really effective. So the characters, I think I will. So both Mickey and Mallory, and this is not a spoiler. It's, very, very early on we find out, yeah, they had, bad, um, traumatic experiences when they were kids and were teenagers. And they do a really good job of making them, like, there's they function as a unit some of the time, but they do also have personalities. Like, they're not just the same character cloned or something. I don't think I want to get too much into exactly what their personalities are. I think that is something you should find out by watching, but I will discuss it in my spoiler section. And the yeah, other characters are also made to be very unappealing, especially if they have, if their job has something to do with violence. They yeah. I'm not going to give away whether it's always the case, but at least some of the time they will make them quite unappealing as well. And let's see, I think that is what I will say for characters. Yeah, so the acting. I don't know if this is the best performance of insert cast member name here, but it's one of my favorites. Okay, I don't I would not have thought, similar to Woody Harrelson himself, I would not have thought of him for this role. Uh, before he was cast. But you know, on the DVD, there's an interview, and he says, you know, he asked um, Stone, and he's like, the only thing of me that you could have seen is White Men Can't Jump and Cheers. Like, why? What about me give a serial killer? And you know, he's, let's see, I think he said there's violence in your eyes or something like that, you know. And yeah, like it's unreal because, so if you know anything about Woody Harrelson, you know the sort of grin, smile, you know his charisma. You know, that's the first thing. Like, yeah. And the fact that he here has those aspects, but he's also convincing as this fucking serial killer, it's unreal. Like, just, and it adds so much. It's you know, there's a similar thing in From Dusk Till Dawn with George Clooney, you know. And yeah, um just the yeah, I can't say more about him without spoiling, but just, yeah. uh Juliette Lewis, with her, I can definitely say this is my favorite performance of hers, you know. I guess that, okay, I'll just briefly mention. So the other ones of hers that I've seen, let's see, Strange Days, From Dusk Till Dawn. Shit, what's it called again? That's not a title. At least not that I know of. God damn it, it's right on the tip of my tongue. Okay. Martin Scorsese directed it. Other than her, it's Nick Nolte and Robert De Niro. You know, that movie. I'm fairly confident that, you know, that'll mean you can. I think it's something with fear in it, maybe. I don't know. Um, I yeah. Moving on. Yeah, just like she is electric in this movie. Um, Sometimes when years pass between two viewings, I remember it as her moving every time she's on screen in this. And the reason for that is that whenever she's moving, like the moment that she starts, it's spectacular. Like, just, but the fact that she's not always moving, that there are times where she is completely stationary, completely still, makes it so much more effective when she does move. And yeah, Juliette Lewis at her best, in my opinion, of what I've seen, is in this movie. And yeah, it's the little choices she makes. I understand that it's possible it's changed, but when she made this, she was not a big fan of uh, uh, rehearsal. She liked to improvise and come up with, you know, and ad lib lines and such, and just like, you never know exactly what she's going to say or do next. Um, Honestly, I don't know if she watched Batman the Animated Series, but I can imagine it's more that they're just both the archetype, but you know, there's it. At times, she is reminiscent of Harley Quinn. You know, it's, and I remember when the Suicide Squad movie came out, I remember people saying, you know, yeah, Julia Lewis would have been perfect. Yeah. Now, let's see. I think some people said that, oh, she's like too old by then, which, goddamn fucking ageism. But yeah. Anyway, when the yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna say about, yeah. Other than them, um, Tom Sizemore plays Jack Scagnetti, a cop chasing after them, and I mean, fucking Tom Sizemore, like, goddamn, I've never been bored by one of his performances. You know, he's fantastic. You know, also in True Romance. You know, I'm really happy that there are actors who appeared in multiple movies that had something to do with Tarantino. You know, um, shit, what's it called again? There's a let's see, Will Smith, Gene Hackman, and Tom Sizemore, Enemy of the State, I think it was called. You know, in that one, he's also fantastic. Just, yeah. Tommy Lee Jones. Him and some of the others, this is the most vibrant and alive that they've ever been. And to be clear, I do also love when Tommy Lee Jones is like stoic. Like, I think he does such an amazing job. He is pitch perfect in the first Men in Black movie, you know. But yeah, here, like, he goes full redneck, which I forget who said it, but somebody said he had never done that before this movie. I haven't watched every movie of his, so I don't know if he's done it since. But yeah, and he really embraces it. You know, nobody holds back in this movie. Nobody comes across as if they're ashamed of, you know, yeah. Oh, right. It's just, yeah, ADHD. I just remembered on the DVD, he specifically, Stone says, you know, he intended to make, and, you know, before the movie developed into what it is now, he intended to make an action movie that would make Schwarzenegger proud, you know, but yeah. I wish that Pruitt Taylor Vince was less underutilized than he is here. Sometimes when years pass, I forget that he's even in this movie, which fucking sucks. He is such a talented actor, you know, and like loved him in, you know, most recent thing I've seen him in was the James Gunn Superman movie, you know. But he's also not in a huge chunk of the 2003 movie Monster, you know, Charlize Theron, Patty Jenkins movie. But in that one, I remember him more than this, you know. So if you watch that movie and know, you know, he's not in a huge amount of it, you already know, okay, he must really be underused in Natural Born Killers. Balthasar Getty is in this also, but he's also not in a huge chunk of it. He's not asked to do an awful lot. He couldn't have really done more, and his performance isn't bad. It is a little funny. One of the deleted scenes, you know, Oliver Stone, he says it's his own fault. He directed the scene wrong. He says the scene was cut because he feels they're overacting, and it's actually kind of like, yeah, the performances are, you know, a little big, but they're not the biggest. They feel subdued compared to others. But I guess he felt it was wrong for that particular scene. That's why he cut their scene. But yeah, I would argue everyone gives a pretty big performance in this. Nobody feels like there's just nothing. But the one I definitely gotta mention is Robert Downey Jr., who I gotta say so thoroughly disappears into playing Wayne Gale that again, sometimes when years pass, I forget that that was him, because it's so different from, like, and I've seen my share. I watched, let's see, did I watch everything he did in the 90s? I think I might have. Like, I was, yeah, during the 90s, I was a huge fan of his. I still am, but even back then, loved his work. Sometimes I forget that it's him in this movie. But yeah, he is wonderfully sleazy, and I don't know if maybe it was this movie that made him think that he could pull off accents. Because I hear that his accent was terrible in the Doolittle movie. If you haven't already, Captain Midnight recently did a video talking about all the Doolittle movies, including the RDJ one, and it was very entertaining. Yeah. The let's see, but yeah, he does like an Australian accent. But yeah, it's such a beautiful takedown of like TMZ type, quote unquote reporting. It's yeah. Um, and I think that might. Oh, I just realized I didn't even mention. So Tommy Lee Jones, I mentioned him. He plays the warden of a prison, Dwight something, and yeah, just fucking fantastic. And I think that covers the overall. Yeah, but yeah, I think every performance, at the very least, the ones that made it into the final cut are spot on. Just yeah, this is one of those cases where the acting could have fucking destroyed this movie if they had approached it as if it was like just a straightforward movie, but they get no, like, because like, for real, there's a little bit of a actual literal fucking cartoon in this. I already mentioned, the animated, like, it's basically a cartoon. And it doesn't take up a huge amount of the film, but it's there, and when it appears, it doesn't feel out of place. Like, it draws attention to itself, again, like many of these little quirks do, but it actually manages to fit. Like, there is a extremely small number of movies, like percentage-wise, I'm talking about, that where you could insert an actual cartoon clip. And by the way, it was made specifically for this movie. The cartoon, the animated bit. That animated bit, rather. Some of the ad stuff is also animated. Yeah. Percentage-wise, very small number of movies where you could insert an animated bit and it would actually work, rather than just like completely derail the tone. So the pacing, this is one of those cases where I forget the movie's not that long. I think it's maybe 110 minutes if you don't count end credits. And it never really stands still. Like, there are times where years will pass between me watching this movie, and I remember one or two scenes as lasting much longer, and then I watch it again and I realize, oh, it's because there's so much there that, like, mentally I'm like, that scene must have been like 2 or 3 times longer than I remember it, or than it actually is, because how do they manage to and it also some of the time it's for like maybe the characters either spend a lot of time there or feel like they're spending a lot of time there. So yeah, the special effects, I've already mentioned some of them, so I'm just gonna go over the ones that there are some practical effects gags that are really well handled. At least some of the time when someone is shot, they use squibs, and that more or less goes without saying, but I think they did a good job on like choosing when to use squibs and when not to. And the let's see, I think that more or less covers. Yeah, so the various practical effects gags would be spoilers, so I'm not gonna describe them, but they are all convincing. And yeah, some of them fucking nightmare fuel. The movie in general can be quite nightmare fuel-ish. So, in its final form, it's not that much of an action movie as such. The when there is stuff like that, it's more like really tense, and essentially it sometimes kind of goes into horror, which I appreciate. Some people don't think that you can have horror when it's guns being used. They think of, oh, it has to be like knives and stabbing weapons, but trust me, this movie shows, yeah, guns can make for very effective horror. And let's see, as far as horror goes, I think most of the time, I would argue, it's more psychological horror, though there is also actual scenes of violence and such that are horrific. But, even when there isn't violence being committed in this movie, yeah, there's still, like, we're seeing something that is disturbing, even if it is not violent. And they do a really solid job on that. Yeah, there's some incredibly scary images, sounds, combinations of such in this. And yeah, so I think as far as the stuff that gets it the age rating, and it is especially violence. I want to briefly note that one of the so when the MPAA looked at the director's cut and said it had to be censored, one of the things that was apparently said, according based on the DVD, was that it was not individual acts of violence. It was two things in particular. It was the way that violence would be, acts of violence would be sandwiched in between like pleasant stuff. So for example, again, ad for soda. And and sometimes also, there would be violence, and there would be like, the tone around in the scene that showed, sometimes violence, sometimes other disturbing content. The tone, there would be a comic tone to it, which, I very much get the vibe that it is meant to underline, it creates a contrast. We're not meant to take it lightly. On the contrary, in on the DVD and elsewhere, Oliver Stone talks about Vietnam, having been there himself. and how, movies can never truly recreate what real life violence like that is like. And yeah, I think certainly the idea, yeah, certainly the idea is that we see these, yeah, we see the disturbing content contrasted with the stuff that makes it, renders it comical, which is a good tool in satire. And it it underlines how horrific it is, and criticizes the idea of showing something so terrible on TV sandwiched in between Coca-Cola ads, like, yeah. Now, the violence, certainly a case could be made that at least some of it is genuinely gratuitous. And certainly if you watch the deleted scenes, at least a little bit of it is just like, okay, come on. Like, I get you realize you can get away with doing this, but this is genuinely unnecessary, And it's, yeah, like if you are intending to watch the director's cut of this, uh, I don't know, look at Puppies right before and after. Works for me. It's genuinely, like, legit, no shame if you just need something to calm back down, to calm back down afterwards, But but it is definitely, it is meant to criticize media depiction of violence, so I think that does, and it is very much like you can see a distinct difference between, so I already mentioned, Tarantino hated this so much he had his name taken off the all that it says in the credits is the story by Quentin Tarantino, and yeah, there's a distinct difference between this, the way this handles violence, and something like Reservoir Dogs, a movie he also wrote and where he got to direct. The script was not changed significantly by someone else to make it like satirical. I would argue, as I did in the video, that movie is, it's not saying violence is good. It's saying these people enjoy violence. Do you still think they're fucking cool? And the I'm glad we get both. I mean, I've watched more Tarantino movies than Oliver Stone movies, and I'm pretty happy with that. I've been less disappointed by Quentin Tarantino movies than Oliver Stone movies, so yeah. Let's see, I think, does that more or less bring us to, yeah, so ultimately, it's just a tad self-indulgent. It feels like it's high on its own supply. The it's kind of simultaneously too short and too long. It's too short because some of the characters just do not get enough, and this is something Stone himself points out on the commentary track. He talks about maybe it should have been 2 hours and 10, 2 hours 15 minutes long, and it's too long because yeah, it's too long for being as big as it is, and if a chunk of it had been calmer to let us catch our breath, then that would have felt like a betrayal of the movie. I mean, I don't think it's random that, like, the Crank movies, and if I recall also Gamer, are shorter than this, you know, because like it's not you if you push it this far, and I think sometimes you should. I love that these movies do push, you know, yeah. It's a good idea to just not make it excessively long, you know. I'm not saying that the Crank movies, and certainly not Gamer, are better movies than this. Um, but that is one area where this could have taken a note or two from it if Oliver Stone had access to time travel. I think that does more or less. Well, let's see. I guess, yeah. So one of the things that people pointed out about this is it ends up kind of, yeah. So you know, the movie is saying, you know, we should, you know, America should not be so obsessed with these violent, you know, people. But the movie's 110 minutes long and is about these really violent people, you know. So there is because the movie itself features so many acts of violence where, like, that's the thing. You can criticize violence, including the human, you know, the way that we will sometimes, if not commit acts of violence, seek out media that is about violence, you know. I don't know if I mention it too much. What can I say? I kind of fucking love Alejandro Amenabar. So the movie's called Thesis or Thesis. Let's see. It's from the 1990s. I think it was his first feature-length film. Certainly one of them. He made it before making the fucking masterpiece, the movie that really got me, you know, made me a diehard fan of his, Abra los ojos, or Open Your Eyes, a movie that was fucking slaughtered when they turned it into Vanilla Sky. Okay, to be clear, we still have access to Abra los ojos. I'm not one of those people who say, oh, you know, no, they like, no, we have access to the original. I do wish that, like, I think it sucks that there are a bunch of people out there who might fucking love the original, who watched this remake, Vanilla Sky, and were like, I guess this just isn't my kind of thing, and then they won't watch the original. You know, that fucking sucks. That's the only thing. Anyway, in Thesis, very little violence is actually shown. I won't give away how much, but the movie is very much about violence. It's literally, like, immediately the first thing that it shows or says verbally is, you know, about violence and the way that we humans will sometimes be driven to witness violence. So it is doable. And the thing is, the way this movie is, it would have been extremely difficult to do it with less violence than it does. And then it would also, I mean, if we end up with like a fucking PG-13 movie about serial killers, that's a problem in the other direction. You know, it's a problem that there are, like, it's because the thing is with PG-13, as long as you're not showing a lot of blood or severe injury done to a human body, like with red blood and such, you can show a truly absurd amount of violence. Like, you know, if you haven't already watched Predator Badlands, I definitely think you should. With, like, there's it's a very small percentage of people that I would not recommend that movie to. Basically, if you if a lot of PG-13 violence is just not your kind of thing, then yeah. And yeah, it's an intense film, despite a PG-13 rating. But if that's not off-putting to you, I think there's probably something in the movie that's going to appeal to you, that's going to make you happy that you watched it. But yeah, that movie has a truly ridiculous amount of violence. The PG-13 movies that have a lot of violence, I'm not saying every PG-13 movie has a lot of violence, but PG-13 movies that have a lot of violence, they tend to have way more individual acts of violence than R-rated movies. It's just that the R-rated movies, the individual acts are more like graphic. And in the case of Predator Badlands, it does get extremely graphic. It's just not happening to human bodies, But yeah, that's also not, because that can kind of, that's we have to be careful when we make pieces of media, or consume them for that matter, that have a lot of violence where the results of violence aren't shown. Not that, okay, yeah. So that's another thing. Obviously, if we have a lot of violence and the results are shown, that can also be really disturbing, and but yeah, because ultimately, if someone watches just a ridiculous amount of PG-13 movies that have a ton of violence, it can fuck with their brain and make them think, oh, violence is like clean, like PG-13 clean. So it is difficult, and I guess ultimately, so I've already mentioned, maybe the movie could be shorter. You could have somewhat less violence, and other than that, I guess, I think some people would go as far as to say that this movie should not exist, for these reasons, the violence. And the idea that, some people may have been inspired to commit real-life violence from watching this movie, which I addressed earlier in this video. But one of the things is that when the movie is showing acts of violence, it tends to not be just to show violence. It's using, so the violence, there are multiple different things going on. So sometimes the violence we see is what caused the violence. We're seeing the past, and we're seeing the violence that happened then. That's like, it's made clear that's what led to the violence now. Then you have the violence now, and the violence that the way that the violence is reported on, and the violence that is inspired by media coverage and such. So hopefully me describing that helps explain why, yeah, they're like, the way the movie is, like, you would have to basically change it ground up. You'd have to go back to square one to make this movie have much of an impact without having a lot of violence. Like, how do you show violence begetting violence if you can't really show violence, Yeah. Ultimately, like, right, before my conclusion, I did want to say, so I saw at least one person say that the movie doesn't have one consistent message. That I have to very much disagree with. I mean, I guess I have just described what I think it's saying. You know, it's talking about violence and the media depiction of it. And yeah, that's a multifaceted issue, you know. Um, yeah, that's how I see it. And then I saw someone say that it has one message and it's basically beating us over the head with it for the entire duration. You know, like the point has been made very early in the movie. And that I certainly do appreciate. This is one of those cases where hypothetically this could have been a 42-minute episode of a show. I don't know if Twilight Zone would have been right for it, but you know, yeah, an ongoing show and just yeah, 42 minutes. We meet the characters, we see everything that there is about them, and we're out. And it would have still been able to make the points that this movie does, you know, and that's not to say that this is like padded. And I don't know that I think it's really repetitive. I don't know. I see again, I don't think it's necessarily inherently bad. I think it's to you know have one message and beat the audience over the head with it for 110 minutes straight. I think the fact that there are people who still didn't understand it kind of suggests that I don't know, maybe you know it's not the worst thing in the world to beat the audience over the head with it if some people are still not gonna fucking understand it, you know. Um, I mean, I'm glad that it didn't go even further, even if that might have meant that some of those people would now understand. But I appreciate that it is the same. You know, it's overall the same message. You know, so again, you know, violence begets violence, and we need more responsible media coverage of real life violence because obviously we're not saying Oliver Stone and myself are not saying that we should not learn anything about violence in the real world. It's just it shouldn't be this kind of tabloidy shit. But the yeah, you know, so yeah, the message is the same throughout the movie, but yeah, I think a case could be made that the movie has said a lot of maybe even all. I won't give away if it's all of what it has to say within of you know the first chunk of it, and after that it's kind of beating a dead horse, you know. I'm not sure that I would necessarily go that far, but I can appreciate how some people might reach that conclusion. Um, because again, you know, people have said that this movie is, yeah, I am just repeating myself at this point. So I think, what was the other thing that I wanted to note about that? The, yeah, one of the things is that over the course of it, it is there are like variations on it, you know, and it is a complex problem. And I suppose I wouldn't rule out that might also be one of the things some people take issue with. I haven't read every word of the. I read the you know on Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic. I read the not the full reviews, but the little blurbs for each critic review. But I think something that you know might bother some people about this is it doesn't really suggest a solution. You know, it spends 110 minutes saying the same thing over and over, and doesn't ever really stop and say, so this is what we should do. And I'm not one of those people who thinks that if you bring up a problem, you have to also suggest a solution. I think it is crucial that we not limit, like, there are a number of people who are able to identify a problem without being able to determine a solution. We don't want those people not pointing out problems just because they don't know the fucking solution, you know. But yeah, 110 minutes of, you know, essentially being preached to, you know, in a very overt manner. It's a lot, you know. Yeah. I think that pretty much covers. Right. Did I say so yeah, you know, the themes and the message don't necessarily develop that much over the course of it. It is like, I think that is one of the areas where Oliver Stone sometimes struggles. I've noted it in some of his other movies as well. He communicates the message early in some of his films and then doesn't really go anywhere else with it, just kind of sticks with that one message. And that's the thing where, like, it's great if you can develop ideas over the course of it, you know, like, I mean, off the top of my head, I think Memento is a fairly good, you know, over the course of that movie, Nolan develops the theme or themes in a way where, like, yeah, hypothetically he could have just spelled it out in the first scene if he really wanted to, but instead, yeah, it's over the course of it, and yeah, I think this movie and some other Oliver Stone movies could have been improved if he really nailed that, because that is definitely, like, you'd have to make some significant rewrites, but you wouldn't have to really change the style particularly. I appreciate for some style is just nope, can't do it. It's too much. And I 100% respect that. I would never say someone like that has to watch it. I would say, you know, if you can't watch the entire thing, don't be one of the people who say, oh, you know, this movie is, you know, like, dangerous or something. Like, watch it if you're gonna say that about it. You know, I think that it's fine to say that you've heard others describe it as dangerous. That's, I don't think that's inherently wrong. But as soon as you say, you know, that you personally think this, um, yeah, you should have watched it then. Like, don't get me wrong. There's movies where I'm like, I'm not fucking watching that movie. I wish I could, you know, be one of the people who says, you know, this movie really has problems, but if I can't get myself to sit through the whole thing, I shouldn't be saying, you know, stuff like that. Now, but yeah, it definitely, they could have changed this to where it develops the themes without losing, you know, there could, it could still have been a very violent movie, a very stylish movie. um I do think ultimately it probably should have been, like, I think without end credits, I don't think this should have exceeded 90 minutes. And I appreciate that, you know, I already mentioned, you know, Stone says on the commentary track, well, some of the characters don't get as much development as they, you know, as he feels they should, and as they could have if the movie's longer. I would argue the characters that didn't get, and in a hypothetical 90 minutes cut, and to be clear, I'm not talking about like censoring like violence and such. I'm talking about like trimming out stuff where it's just still saying the same thing, you know. Yeah, I think that would have been better. because the characters that really need development would still be able to get it, even if you trimmed it down to that running time. And the other characters, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not that much about them. This is not really a movie that is like, there are several characters that it is about. And in my opinion, each of those characters gets enough development, and again, would, in a hypothetical 90 minutes cut. Yeah. Um, yeah. Ultimately, it is a movie where I 100% agree with the message and the stylistic decisions. I love that a movie like this was made. Something where they just, yeah, they went they went this far, showing us shit that, you'd never expect in a big budget movie, and some things that if they didn't have a big budget, for the time, I mean, and for what the movie shows and such, yeah, like they would not, be able to show some of this stuff because it's a little too expensive and such, and we would never have gotten to see it, and that would have been such a fucking shame. Like, this is a movie, if you think you can stomach it, I think it would be good to watch at least once. If you can't stomach it, you are not going to get any shade from me whatsoever, like 100%. And if you end up, thinking that a lot of aspects of the movie are bad or frustrating in some way, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. And to be clear, I get, okay, if you think you would absolutely despise the movie, then you don't have to watch it. But if you think that you would at least find some aspects of it very interesting, yeah, I gotta say, I recommend at least one viewing. It's just, I've never seen anything quite like it. If you like, please let me know in the comments if there's movies that you feel are like even somewhat similar in, some of the trippy aspects. Yeah, please let me know. I'd be interested to watch more like this. Um, yeah, I think that might cover everything. So yeah, um, in a way, it is a slightly failed experiment, but it gets a lot right. A for effort, for sure, and I mean, it's one of those things, like, I'd rather you go hard on something like this than, like, just, like, only go a few steps and it end up being kind of underwhelming. Yeah. Um, I rate this 7 serial killer sprees and media coverage of them that just make things worse out of 10. And that brings us to the spoiler section, or the thoughts section as I call it. So yeah, I'm gonna start with so the alternate ending on the DVD. I'm gonna spoil that in addition to the movie itself. The alternate ending, Owen, the guardian angel, the one who led them out of the prison, we see him as they're driving after killing Wayne Gale, and he says that he wants to have sex with Mallory, and she mocks him, threatens to shoot him, then puts the gun away, and he says, he basically goes full incel and talks about how that hurt his feelings, and then he shoots both of them. And Stone talks about that this was basically just, some people really wanted the movie to end with Mickey and Mallory dying. And this is actually one of those things where sometimes when years pass between viewings of this movie, I forget that that's not the actual ending. And I do think a case could be made that the movie, that it works better if that's how it ends. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's also part of why some people think this movie is like encouraging violence, because there's technically a happy ending for Mickey and Mallory, but like, I mean, motherfucker, if you watch this movie and you find yourself thinking, "Oh wow, I sure would like, the I mean, they end up having, what is it, 2.3 kids." Just fucking go do that. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the movie itself is saying the following, but they could have just done that. Like, they didn't have to kill anyone. Like, okay, I get that he had to get her away from her father. It wasn't necessary for them to kill her father, much less her mother, and much less what was it, like 50 other people that they killed? You know, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the ending with this, like, she's wearing like fucking hippie colors, and the kids are playing, and like she's about to pop. She's so fucking pregnant. Like, I don't know. And also just the way they were talking about it right before that happens, where she's like, I was thinking about becoming a mother, so I think we're going to start working on that right away. Like, okay, why didn't you do that before? Like, now, you've killed all these people, and like, even if there isn't currently anyone hunting you, you really think that's how it's always going to stay? Like, I don't know. It feels very unrealistic to me. And to be clear, that's not criticism of the movie. I'm talking about like how Mickey and Mallory see things. I don't think it's very, and I'm also saying it's in character. They don't really think things through clearly. Yeah, like, obviously this is not going to last. Like, there's a lot, like, everyone in America knows what they look like. What are they gonna do? Like, just completely change their appearance and constantly worry that someone recognizes them? It just, I don't know. I don't think the movie is. No, shit, I already made that point in the spoiler-free review section. So I think, okay, I'm not gonna go over every single deleted scene. I'll just say the Dennis Leary thing. Yeah, very Dennis Leary, and he would have fit into this movie incredibly well. Like, that was just a thing in the 90s. Like, if you were making something that critiqued like America and its relationship with violence, Dennis Leary was going to pop up at some point and do one of his, rant monologues. Yeah, I don't know. I used to be kind of a fan of his, but some of the shit he said, wow. Yeah, okay, so that's one of them, and I did want to note, yeah, if you're on the fence about watching the deleted scenes on the DVD, you gotta watch the one that has the full thing of the therapist, because they left in some of the best stuff in the director's cut of the movie, but some of the best stuff is also only in the deleted scene. And I think, yeah, I fucking love the deleted scene that has. I mean, I think part of it is that, again, like, I'm not used to seeing that actress doing. Oh fuck, I don't remember her name. It was right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, you can look it up. You know, it's just the I'm sure, I know on IMDb at least some of the time they'll put, you know, scenes deleted, and you can see the name, but you know there's an actress, god damn it, what was it that she did? I'm pretty sure she wasn't that her in Along Came a Spider, or maybe she just looks like, okay, but yeah, she goes off on this fucking, okay, so basically during the trial, Mickey represents him and Mallory, which is also just such a gloriously ridiculous concept. Because, like, yeah, you know, some of these trials, they do end up being like a fucking circus. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it's ever actually happened that a serial killer got to represent themselves in court or chose to do so. It's possible they were also talked out of it, but um, you know, some of them, yeah, it did become just like a fucking, yeah, media circus. Wasn't it the Manson family one where like there was this thing about like, oh, you know, we see violence on TV all day every day, and then you're surprised when we actually carry out acts of violence. And it's like, I mean, I do think that there is some, you know, yeah, there is, it is worthy to critique that, you know. I've done that in some of this video. This movie does it. Why the fuck did you kill someone to make that point? Like, that's not, you don't have to commit an act of violence to comment on violence. Like, I realize they wouldn't have been able to make a fucking movie or something, but like, there's other options, you know. Yeah, like I already said, you know, violence should be the last resort. So, but yeah. Anyway, Mickey's representing the two of them, and you know, this young woman is playing the only survivor of one of the times that they killed a bunch of people. And like, it's this thing about like her brother was one of the people killed, and he was a master of Jeet Kune Do specifically because Bruce Lee, because that was his fighting style, and the brother was super into Bruce Lee, and he did like 54 attacks on that all hit the mark on Mickey. And he says, well, yeah, okay, if I really did, you know, if that happened the way you said that it did, how could I still be alive? You know, because his hands were registered as lethal weapons, you know. And she says, I've given it a lot of thought, and the conclusion I've reached is, you're not fucking human. I don't know if you're a vampire or a robot or the devil himself, but you're not fucking human. And it's such a wonderful, and then he fucking stabs her to death. At first he's got the knife and he's saying, this is the knife I killed, you know, and the other attorney's like, objection, the serial killer is threatening the survivor of his rampage with the murder weapon that is like still fucking wet with her brother's blood. Like, I'm sorry, are you gonna stop? You know, and the judge is like, I'm going to allow it. You know, no, like seriously though, they're like, okay, put the knife down. I shouldn't have to tell you this again, Mickey. And then he's like, he's got like a pencil out, and it's like, oh, he's gonna like jot down a note or something, and then he fucking stabs her to death with that, you know. And it's, yeah, it's a fucking, it's a really great scene. But yeah, it would have killed the pacing for the movies. I'm really glad it's on the DVD. But yeah, let's see. I think, does that bring us to the let's see. I think there was at least one more deleted scene that I wanted to comment on. What the fuck was it? Let's see. But yeah, that's also the trial bit. There's a little bit more with Mickey and Mallory being moved. You know, it's some of it's in the director's cut of them, you know, walking past the adoring fans who are just like so fucking Jesus Christ, you know, and the fucking sign that one of them is holding up a sign that says "Murder Me, Mickey." Like Jesus Christ, and yeah, I mean, it's obvious. There's some exaggeration going on with some of this, but sadly not as much as would have been nice, you know, like I wish I could say, oh, that's completely ridiculous, but no, like there are actual, you know, some of these serial killers have like fucking pen pals and shit, and like there's, you know, I forget, did one of them end up marrying the killer? Or I forget if they ended up doing it or if it was just that they were trying to for a very long time or something. But yeah, you know, it's a problem, and the movie criticizing it, yeah. Um, I think that might, maybe that is the last deleted scene that I really wanted to comment on, or maybe I'll think of it later in the video. We'll see. Yeah. So the right, I did also briefly want to talk about, so the use of like nature footage is just so, like, it's so wild, you know, early on, sometimes not really. Yeah, early on you've got it's really like a moose crying, and you know, you see like rot, you see blooming flowers, you know, all these various things, you know, blooming flowers full of and rot, as he's talking about how, well, you know, if you destroy, that can create and such, you know. I think that might, I guess it's worth noting. So if you know, if you find the movie interesting and you have the director's cut, I recommend the commentary track, as well as also the behind the scenes and such. Everything on the DVDs is worth watching, in my opinion. But on the commentary track, Stone talks about, for example, let's see, Mike Wallace interviewing Noriega, and he talks about when Geraldo interviewed Charles Manson, maybe, or one of them, yeah. And he's got some interesting observations. I don't really have anything to add to them. Just yeah, it's worth listening to if you are able. I don't think I can really properly explain what he says without losing some of the depth. So, but yeah, so the movie, they do such a good job of just like immediately, you know, like right from the first frame, setting a tone, you know, and yeah, so you have the let's see, you have the potentially flirty waitress, you know, which I guess is why Mallory wants the waitress dead as revenge for that, you know. And it is also like, yeah, I mean, they just stopped this place to get a little bit to eat and drink, and then they kill people because they feel like it, you know, like no one there did anything that we know of bad enough to warrant, you know. And again, I'm in real life, I'm not in favor of violence. Um, yeah, as anything other than an absolute last resort. But yeah, the let's see. Yeah, so you know, waitress over stuff, and at first we just see her face and we hear the voices of the two, you know. and yeah, like immediately Mallory is like, you know, stop flirting with my man. And she goes over to the jukebox, which is also just such a wonderful, like, the use of it, the close-ups on it as the record is changed and such. And yeah, you know, she stands over there and she starts dancing. And I'm so glad that they have her dance, because, like, other than this time, she also dances. Let's see. Shit. When was the other? God damn. When was the other time that she? God, my fucking memory. I swear. Um. Let's see. That I could have sworn there was at least some other dancing in the moonlight. I mean, movie. And anyway, other than that part, there's also, you know, the you know, her singing near the end in her cell, and also, you know, I don't know if that counts as dancing, but moving some. And apparently she wrote, um, not only performed but also wrote that song herself. And that, I gotta say, Juliette Lewis singing, including writing, you know, writing a song, singing, dancing, and just being so unpredictable. You know, like, there's this manic energy to her character. It's just glorious. Like, it's such a spellbinding performance. You cannot take your eyes off her. You know, I mean, I'd say it's because you're worried she's gonna fuck you up next, but, like, at the end of the day, we know, okay, she's, you know, fictional character, you know, like, you see Juliette Lewis in an interview, she's not like that, you know, as pretty much at all. Um, but you know, like in interviews, she comes across way more similar to her character in um, From Dusk Till Dawn, you know, especially early in that movie. Anyway, what's the other thing? I guess, yeah. So yeah, she, you know, she starts dancing to the music, and, you know, we see the car pull up. A couple of guys get out, and as soon as they see Mallory, they just see her as a sex object. You know, both of them. One of them, you know, directly says, and I say this only as quoting, you know, he says, "All I see is pussy," or something like that. You know, he uses that word. He's specifically talking about, you know, he's not even saying, like, oh, you know, I'd like to marry her. No, he's saying, I want to fuck her. You know, and he says to the other guy, you know, oh, go get her. You know, like, he's a coach and it's a, you know, football game, and he's talking about the football or something, like, go get him, you know, go win, you know, because she's just a notch in his belt, you know. And the fucking body language, like, he walks up to her and you just see her, like, she starts slowing down, and you see the look on her face, like, she is so fucking uncomfortable, and he just ignores it, you know. And I'm not sure that he would have survived anyway, but he definitely, like, that was him signing his death warrant enthusiastically, you know. And it's that thing of, like, that feels more like a Tarantino thing than an Oliver Stone thing, but, you know, maybe that was, yeah, left intact from the Tarantino script. But yeah, you know, we don't agree with the violent act. We think that's going too far, but we do also understand why this person, you know, is committing violence against, you know, we don't agree, and it causes these complicated feelings that I think Tarantino is quite good at. And let's see, I think that does bring us to the yeah, and so on the commentary track, Stone talks about, for a while, Juliette Lewis put off, she didn't want to get any what do you say, kickboxing lessons, and ultimately he was able to convince her, and I do think it shows, like, it is much more convincing because of that, and it is also this thing of, like, seeing someone so small be able to physically dominate this guy, yeah, like, in a way, it is in part of the satire, that it doesn't feel completely real that she would so easily take him out. Um, and it also, like, yeah, I mean, Mickey and Mallory are larger than life. Maybe that's also part of what some people feel like, oh, it's like romanticizing them. But yeah, and the way that the color green is used to signify madness and jealousy. Mickey is jealous that another man is so close to Mallory, and yeah, the sickly green of the key lime pie. Um, and it is also I noted that she said, well, the key lime pie, it's good, but it's an acquired taste, and he says, I'll take that then, because, like, yeah, his tastes are peculiar, and he is used to things that you would think, this is kind of off-putting, because it's like, obviously liking key lime pie is not the same as liking brutal violence, committing acts of it especially, but that's what it's saying, and that again feels like that might have been left over from the Tarantino script. Um, but yeah, and the fact that before there's any clear indication, yeah, the first indication of the violence is, we see the headline on the newspaper that Mickey is reading that says, Mickey and Mallory have killed X amount of people. And then, he says, her name is Mallory. So we immediately know, okay, he's Mickey, she's Mallory. They're about to kill people, and that again feels very Tarantino to set it up like that. And yeah, she beats the shit out of him and says, do you still want me now? There is a very clear, like, with her, sex or sexuality, except for with Mickey, always leads to violence. And that's, of course, because the first sexual experience she had was with her violent father. He was physically and sexually abusive. So in her mind, when a man wants sex from her and she doesn't want it, it will lead to violence. And I think to some extent, and this is not excusing such behavior, obviously, if in real life you are struggling with, that something similar, please try to get help, and yeah, try to reach out to someone. I know that sadly there are a number of places in various countries, including America, where it can be extremely difficult to get proper mental health care. Anyway, yeah, the I think for Mallory, in her mind, if she's not the one who commits the violence, then it will be her on the receiving end of the violence when a man shows sexual interest in her, So, yeah, each time that's how it goes. Later we see it with Balthazar Getty, Jag Scagnetti, whose names rhyme. Are those? Maybe those are the entire extent. But yeah, and other than that, her father, you know. And with her father, the thing was that he would both beat her and rape her, and, you know, later she killed him. Yeah, you know, the violence was in both directions there. I think, does that pretty much bring us to the, so yeah, the one of the things with the violence in the movie is that whilst it is the vast majority of the time, in my opinion, disturbing and off-putting, there are these few times, and that again, I appreciate, you know, I I don't know, maybe I am kind of trying to steel man the argument against, or, you know, the various arguments against the movie, because I do really think it is important to criticize, you know, media in general. You know, pretty much almost everything should be criticized. Certainly anything that could hypothetically have a negative impact. And yeah, I mean, there are a couple of times where the acts of violence, I mean, I get that Oliver Stone, I know he said he didn't want it to be cool. He thinks it's, well, let's see, I think he straight up said it was morally repugnant to him to make violence look appealing. But I'm sorry, the slow motion tracking shot of the knife, you know, thrown, flying through the air, flipping over a bunch of times, going through the window, followed by the camera, and then hitting the guy in the back. I'm sorry, maybe Oliver Stone did not mean for that to look cool. I don't think that he fully succeeded. Um, I don't know. The thing is, sometimes directors will have a very specific idea of something, but not understand how it's going to be perceived. And yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't, I don't want anyone mimicking it, but like, I'm sorry, there's a couple of video games where I've gotten to throw a knife at someone, and I thought it was cool, you know. You know, again, the vast majority of the time, the movie does not make me want to play a video game where I enact violence. It makes me feel the reality that violence is terrible. And again, you know, in video games, like in movies, you know, there can be a catharsis to it. It doesn't mean that you want to, you know, like in real life, like I hate violence. I don't even like when someone like gently pushes someone else, even for fun. Like, anything that even resembles violence, you know, yeah. Let's see. I think that does bring us to, yeah. So the let's see. Yeah, and there's also, it feels very Tarantino, the fact that he's, you know, while she's, you know, like, he knows she's about to engage in violence, and he's sitting there, he's just eating the key lime pie, he's taking a sip of the milk, and the fact that we also specifically see the order of food and see it be, you know, put on the table feels very Tarantino. I'm not saying he's the only person who would do it, but the fact that there's violence, or the lead up to violence at least, and he's like just sitting there eating, drinking, you know, that feels very Tarantino. But yeah, and they start shooting people, and then, you know, once there's two left, you know, she does eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and that's, again, like, it's very Harley Quinn, and it feels just so upsetting and disturbing. Like, I'm sorry, how do you watch this and want to imitate them? Like, they're clearly fucking monsters, you know. But yeah, look, I'm sorry. If you watch this and it makes you want to imitate the two of them, please seek help. That is not, that's not healthy. Like, okay, if it is like an intrusive thought, okay, you know, that doesn't have to, I appreciate, you know, some people have intrusive thoughts. I don't think, I try not to judge people who do. Um, But if it's like an ongoing, if you spend time thinking, oh, that's so cool, the way they murdered, like, even if you want to say, okay, that one guy was really, he ignored her, he just wanted to fuck her. He didn't see her as a human being. He ignored all the very clear nonverbal signals that she was sending that she was not interested. What about the other ones? That was one of the people there that they killed. What about all the other ones? They absolutely did not have to. Those people were not even armed. They could have just, like, even if you want to say, oh, she should definitely get to kill him. Okay, she kills him. I disagree, but let's say that she kills him. They point their guns at the other ones, say, don't follow us. Maybe they even, like, take out the tires on any car outside that isn't theirs, and then they drive off. They're leaving one person alive anyway. Why not leave basically everyone alive? It's completely gratuitous violence on their part, and that's one area where I do appreciate the movie really going out of its way to show, look, these are bad people. They're killing these completely. These are people just going about their day, and that again feels Tarantino-esque, to have characters that can appear cool, but they're engaging in violent acts that we find reprehensible. So we find ourselves with these conflicting emotions, But yeah, and Stone points out in the commentary track, she cheated when she did the eeny meeny miny mo. What was it? She skipped or something like that because she wanted the waitress dead, because she felt that the waitress was flirting with Mickey. And it's one of those things, like, I don't know. I mean, sometimes that happens, but it's also just like, that's the thing. There's a lot of people who will, like, be served by a waitress or see someone else or hear about someone else or something and be like, oh, dude, she's totally flirting. And then it's like, no, she fucking wasn't. Like, if you've seen Adaptation, like that, Judy Greer in Adaptation. But no, like, they're just being friendly because it's part of the job description. Like, seriously, there are so many young men who will, like, think that a woman smiling at them or saying or being polite means that she's DTF, and it's something we really gotta, it has to become part of, like, sex ed or something, to just say, listen, that's not reality, and like, even if you want to say, oh, what's the big deal? Well, a lot of these young men will get very angry and become violent with the woman who was smiling at them when she says no, because they feel entitled to the woman. So it's a fucking problem. Let's see. I think that does cover that entire and another reason, like, that I find it unlikely that she was actually flirting. Mallory's right fucking next to him. Like, I'm sorry, but that would be such a self-destructive action. Like, okay, listen, I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong if you want to fuck Woody Harrelson. Whether we're talking back in the 1990s or now, like, I already mentioned, I'm a fan of his. I don't want to fuck him, but I don't blame anyone who does. But for real, Mallory is right next to him. Like, the way that they are together, you immediately can tell they're definitely a couple. And, like, even if you think, might be his sister, you really want to take that chance? Like, just, yeah. And I think that does bring us to, so let's see. I'm struggling to remember a little. I think, was the very next one the think maybe the next bit was the let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna pick one. So we have the sitcom parody. I didn't mention Rodney Dangerfield in the review. I don't really want people to expect. That's the thing. If I say in the review that Rodney Dangerfield's in the movie, people are going to think, "Oh, Rodney Dangerfield," and then I either, those people might end up disappointed, or I can say Rodney Dangerfield's in it, but he's nothing like you've ever seen him before. Then that's gonna, because I did not know that he was going to be in it the first time I watched it. I knew him. I watched some of his stuff, and he is so fucking amazing in this movie. Like, it is unreal. Okay, so apparently I think he helped write the dialogue for the character. Like, and basically Oliver Stone told him, "You are the father from hell." And my God, he makes a meal out of it. He is, oh my God. And it's this thing of like, once you see him in this role, you come to really realize, like, I mean, obviously, I'm not okay. It's really clear. I'm not saying that he was anything like this in real life. This was very much an acting performance. And from what I understand, he never did. I haven't seen everything he's done. He never did anything even remotely like this ever again. And I kind of appreciate that. I mean, it's one of those things. I almost feel like, it's too bad that we didn't get more. Like, I am really glad that we got as much as we did of Robin Williams, R.I.P., doing dramatic roles, because he did some fucking amazing. Like, it's been forever since I watched 1 Hour Photo, so I'm not gonna say if it's good or bad. I don't remember it, but he was fucking great in it, and I love him in Insomnia. Like, goddamn, he was so fucking good. And in a way, it would have been cool to see Dangerfield do more like this. But on the other hand, like, it's kind of fucking cool that it's the only thing he did that was like this. And but yeah, when you see him in this, compare and contrast to his comedy work, like, you kind of realize, I mean, he knew that he could be physically imposing, didn't he? Because that's maybe part of, because his act, like, not every stand-up act is like that, but his was very much of the brand, and a number of other people. Like, for example, I've watched a bunch of George Carlin. I never really got the sense that he was like trying to make people feel like, oh, that guy's definitely not going to attack me, because he didn't look that dangerous. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of someone, like, maybe they exist, but I don't think I've ever heard of anyone who like watched George Carlin and was like, oh, I don't want to be alone with that guy. Like, you feel like, nah, he's like, maybe he'd annoy you. Maybe he'd be like, oh, why the fuck don't you care about this? But you don't really feel like, oh, this guy's gonna like fucking demolish me or something. But Rodney Dangerfield, like, yeah, I mean, he was like when you look at his face, his eyes, and his size, like, yeah, you do feel like he could fuck you up, so maybe part of the performance that he did when in comedies, like, maybe it was in part like being like, oh, hey, don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you. I think it was Peter Mayhew, I want to say his name is, who played Chewbacca, until his demise, R.I.P. He has said, well, I'm a big guy, and as a big guy, you learn pretty quickly. You can accidentally hurt people if you're not very careful. So I became very careful about reassuring people that I wasn't going to hurt them, and that's part of the thing with Chewbacca. Like, yeah, fucking, what a unit, but you also, like, you don't really feel like he's gonna hurt one of the good guys. You know, he's not gonna, you know, like you see him hugging Luke Skywalker, for example. You know, it is like, you know, you're not thinking, oh no, is he crushing him to death? You're thinking, aw, you know, like just, yeah. I can't say enough good things about the whole sitcom section. It's very much one of those where I remembered it as being much longer, like 2 or 3 times as long. It's not actually that many minutes of screen time, but my God, it is so fucking uncomfortable. Like, Jesus Christ, you know. Okay, so first, you know, you have the sitcom sort of intro. I love Melody, and she walks down the stairs. She's like, "Hi," you know, she's talking directly to the camera as they would sometimes, you know. I actually come to think of it, did they do that in sitcom back then? I know there's been like, I mean, when I think of like, I know that Malcolm in the Middle did that, but was that on the air back then? I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, but whatever. You know, she walks down like certainly there's playing for the audience in a lot of those sitcoms. You know, the ones that had an actual studio audience. But, you know, yeah, like immediately you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, why is it a sitcom all of a sudden? And, you know, she walks down and, you know, it's a sitcom stock line. She says, how was work? And it's a sitcom, so of course the response is going to be some kind of joke. But it's not funny, and yet people are laughing, and that's also, you know, you feel it's deeply upsetting to watch. If you see something that you know is incredibly fucked up and it's clearly not actually funny, and you have someone laugh at it, it's like, oh God, stop that, you know, because like some part of you is thinking, is that person gonna attack me? You know, how fucked up are they exactly? You know, and because like, you know, he says, what work? I'm fucking unemployed. And it's Rodney Dangerfield, and he says something that sounds like is it supposed to be a joke? You know, because like there are sitcoms where that would be the joke. You know, what do you mean? How was my day at work? I'm unemployed. You know, this kind of goofy. You know, because it's like it's sort of is barely a joke. You know, but there's sitcoms where that could work, and Rodney Dangerfield could have made that funny if that was the job, but it's not, and he understood the assignment. Like, just he says that and you think, oh, I don't like where this is going, oh fuck, you know, because that's like, that's also one thing I appreciate. That scene might have been, and I use the following term unironically, triggering to some people's anxiety, if you are a survivor of domestic abuse, you know. But yeah, like, I'm sorry, the way he says that, you just think he's about to fucking hit one of them. This is not okay. You know, please get them away from him. You know, and the you know, she points out, you know, I already told you I'm doing this. You know, and that's you know, a lot of people who grew up with abusive parents, you know, can tell you it's sometimes it's like that, you know, and you also get, you know, it's that thing about he gets drunk, you know, and that's, you know, he's unemployed, so he sat at home all day feeling sorry for himself, getting drunk, and he's about to hit someone, you know, and so now he suddenly doesn't remember the thing that he already agreed to. You know, she didn't, because he's acting like, why didn't you tell me about this? And she's like, I did. You're so drunk you don't remember, you know. And to be clear, not all alcoholics are abusers. Not all abusers are alcoholics or use substances of any kind, but it is sometimes true. And yeah, God, it was such a fucking chilling. Yeah, and let's see. There's the thing about, yeah, several of them say that, you know, they think she looks cheap, basically. Um, I love the fucking completely unexplained. The son has like wrestling thing on his face. I'm not a wrestling fan. I don't know what the fuck it's called, but you know, he looks like he's about to step in the fucking ring. And nobody fucking comments on it. And mom's hair is blue, and it's just like this thing of like, are the colors slightly off? Is that what's going on? Because like sometimes you have that on some TVs and some old stuff that hasn't been properly restored or at all restored. You know, just it's so fucking yeah. And we get the thing about, you know, he no matter what mom does, dad won't have sex with her. The you know, the time that the reason that he has a son is that he was so drunk that he mistook his wife for Mallory. He was trying to rape his daughter and ended up having sex with his wife. And then again, we have like a corny canned laugh sitcom joke. Does that mean Mallory's my mom? Jesus Christ, just, yeah. And that's apparently Oliver Stone's own son. Um, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if that's good parenting, but I guess I sort of appreciate that he's not asking somebody else's son to do a role that he wouldn't ask his own. I don't know. Um, but yeah, because that's obviously, I hope that didn't like fuck up that kid's life, because that's yeah, potentially it has the potential to. I think that might bring us to the right, and I think that's about the time when you know, there's the door, and Mickey walks in, you know, and you know, well, he's brought a bunch of beef. Right. Also, the thing with you know, oh, your cooking's terrible, and we see, oh, there's a shoe in the pot, you know, and it's just this. Oh my god, so such an uncomfortable, like, yeah. Um. Anyway, moving on. Before I start repeating myself. Too late. But the yeah, I think yeah, and at one point, like, he's holding the bag kind of, you know, awkwardly, so some of the beef, you know, spills out of the bag and falls on the floor, and then also gets a laugh, and he closes the door, and then Mallory comes down the stairs again, and you know, you have that thing about, you know, yeah, love at first sight, and you know, he says you should change your name to Pretty, and immediately we have the thing about, you know, so and he's like, did you put that on because you know, just for me? And she's like, why would I dress a certain way for someone I didn't know about? And he says, maybe it's fate. And later we see that the idea, the reason he keeps bringing up fate is because that's something his father said right before committing suicide with a gun right in front of him. You know, yeah, like, it's to the point where, you know, child Mickey, you know, right after it happens, is like, why are you shooting? I'm right in front of you. And yeah, that's such a fucked up thing. You know, the reason he believes in fate because it was, you know, his father was fated to die, and he has a fucked up idea of life and death because of this experience, you know. And it is also, I appreciate the fact that he is the first to start, um let's see, you know, he brings out the violence in her. You know, she stood up to her father verbally, but once Mickey comes into it, you know, she starts using violence as well, as Mickey also does, you know. But she had a chance for violence, hypothetically. I mean, when he shows up and they start committing violence, all he brought was like a fucking tire iron or something. Like, you're telling me she can't find a tire iron somewhere in the house? Like, no, Mickey brought it out in her, and now she enjoys it as he does, you know. Let's see. Right. I gotta mention, I love the way that she walks during part of the scene in the diner where she like bobs her head up and down as she's walking. Like it's like a game. She's like a child playing a game. Just yeah. Let's see. I think that might bring us to the. Let's see. Yes. So he, you know, the two of them get in Dad's car and drive off. You know, and he ends up arrested. Grand theft auto. He ran over some pedestrians for some points, and the fucking scene where he's in, so she's visiting him and she's like jerking him off under the table, and like people can see, you know, it's in full view of other people. So again, like satire, like that's the kind of thing like some people in that situation might wish they could do that, but obviously they're not going to be able to. You know, there's fucking guards around. You know, they're not going to be able to get away with that shit. Between this and Stone, like, yeah, clearly some people in that situation really, really want to engage in that sort of thing. Yeah. That movie was unintentionally hilarious. Like, I'm sorry, if you put fucking The End by, I want to say they're called The Doors. You know, the it's a song that I believe it also played in Apocalypse Now. You know, in Stone, it plays over a sex scene because conservative Christian Puritan fuckers are like, you know, oh, see, it all, you know, sex leads to absolute, you know, it's gonna, Jesus Christ. Moving on. I think that might be the yeah. So you know, the yeah, she explains, you know, if you know, you have to be quick because my dad's gonna relocate the entire family and you'll never find me again, you know. So yeah. And then we see him with the horses, and it's the first of multiple times where we see in this movie, in the, you know, exaggerated America of this movie, prison guards have no fucking control over prisoners. At times, at least, possibly, you know, not necessarily all the time, but you know, we see it in its extreme at the end of the movie during the riot. But yeah, like they can't even keep, you know, him from, you know, he manages to get a horse and ride off, and he's not caught again until the very end of the movie, which, you know, that's like, what was it, 3 weeks later or something like that, you know. So that's a long time for him to be a free man, as he's killing, you know, literal dozens of people. Let's see, he and Mallory. Anyway, yeah, so he, you know, he gets back to the house, and as they're killing mom and dad, but by the way, if you like horror that's really unpleasant and sometimes gory and bloody and such, I would say it is called Mum and Dad. I think it's maybe an Australian picture. It's some part of the British, you know, yeah. It's part of Great Britain, I think. Is that what they're called? Or was it the United Kingdom? Or is that no longer the case? I can't quite keep up. Sorry. I mean, no disrespect to any of those countries. The ones that want independence, I hope they get it. The ones that wanted and got it, I'm glad they did. Anyway, let's see. I think but yeah, during the scene where they kill mom and dad. So that's the fucking weird thing. In like, I noticed it a couple of months ago. in some ways my memory is way worse. In other ways my focus is way fucking better. Like I don't trail off and completely forget where I was going as much anymore. Like it's fucking weird. It's a trade-off, I guess. Anyway, um didn't ask for it, but in some ways it's working for me. Yeah, the let's see. The yeah, during the mom and dad killing scene, there was supposed to be like basically cartoon music playing, and the censors just balked. So what they ended up doing was using cartoon sound effects. And I wish they had gotten to... I don't actually know why they didn't restore it for the director's cut, because I'm pretty sure that's unrated, but whatever. The it's that thing about, like, if you put it on a DVD and say it's unrated, then you're fine. But if you want it in a movie theater, you're very likely to have to go through the MPAA to get an age rating. Anyway, yeah, I do think it works really well because, yeah, they hit dad over the head. I think it's over the head. It's sort of, they hit him with this steel thing. And yeah, a fucking cartoon, like, yeah, if I recall, they hit him in the head with that thing, and they play that sound effect that's usually, in a cartoon, it's usually accompanied by like birds flying over the head. It's like, oh, they're dizzy. Or if it's The Simpsons, maybe it's, Bart the Raven saying nevermore over and over. But yeah, like, that's such a surreal, fucked up choice, and it works so fucking well. Yeah, um, and also the fact that we see the fish just before the fishbowl is fish tank, I think it's called. Um, you know, the first time I heard that there was something in the world called a fish tank, part of me wondered if it was like a military tank, but it shot fish instead of like having a cannon. But but yeah, they use the fish tank to drown him in, and that again is like, there's it's not devoid of catharsis, because like he was clearly a terrible person, but there's also this element where it's like, I mean, at this point you could just have him arrested, like you have him at your mercy. And to be clear, I'm not saying, I appreciate that, sadly a lot of the time police, in various countries including America, do not take domestic abuse seriously, so they would not help. But I I'm not sure, the let's see. I think it's notable that the thought never crosses their minds. They don't like pause and say, "Wait, hey, should we?" They don't even debate it. They just say, "No, he's going to die." And so usually I don't like to use the following words. So I'm only using them because I am quoting. But I think it's noteworthy that her father calls Mallory stupid bitch when she's killing him, and at other times, and also when she's killing Scagnetti, or when she's attacking Scagnetti, she calls them that, and she also criticizes, the fact that Mickey couldn't come up with a more creative insult than that, which also does feel like something Tarantino, yeah, might have put in dialogue. Um, but yeah, there's no, like, it's not like, oh, they're winning this duel against him. No, it's just like, Jesus Christ, it's just like two young people murdering, this middle-aged man who's like, he almost immediately in the scene is rendered unable to defend himself. He doesn't even really put up a fight, and they just drown him in the, just, yeah, it doesn't feel like this, what's the word? Like, it essentially feels like they almost immediately gain the upper hand of the situation, and after that they are just being cruel. And like maybe, you know, some would argue that he deserves to have cruelty inflicted upon him. Um, I'm not the person to answer that question, but certainly they have the upper hand and they are just engaging in cruelty when they could just, you know, like, I mean, I feel like there's a version where they just force him to confess, maybe write a confession and then sign it, and then they, you know, call the police and like leave right as the police are arriving, and otherwise, you know, have you know, make sure to tell him, hey, you know, you stay right there. If you try to make a move, we'll you know, hit you again or something like that, you know. But yeah, um, I really appreciate that they handled it that way, because they could easily, like, think about it. You could so easily have choreographed like an action scene here. You could have had, you know, because he's bigger, but there's only one of him, and there's two of them, and at least one of them has a weapon. You know, you could choreograph something based on that. He's like throwing them around like rag dolls, but they also manage to hit. You know, you could definitely have had something there. Um, yeah, I think that might bring us to yeah. So, you know, once they've killed him, and they there truly is no danger anymore to in the current situation. Like, you know, there's going to be consequences for them killing him, but they could just fucking leave. But instead, she sets mom on fire, and like, Kevin is close by. You know, I mean, I don't know how he feels about, because he didn't seem that upset. Like, he was the only one who didn't seem super upset during the sitcom segment. More alliteration than I intended. But the yeah, I and yeah, she says the words, "You never did anything," and I don't know that I can really determine what the movie thinks about it, but I do want to acknowledge, in real life, it is more complicated than, you know, it's too easy to just say, oh, you know, why didn't that woman protect her kids? You know, why didn't she leave the man that was abusing, you know, them and or her? Well, sometimes women will try that, and the man will call the police and say, the mother of my children has kidnapped them, and she'll be punished. You know, possibly be put back in the same situation, possibly worse. You know, so yeah. Um, but I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, I don't know exactly what the movie, how the movie comes down on that, because sadly a lot of people do think, you know, that was something Jenny Nichols in her review of Joker pointed out, that that movie, you know, did imply that, oh, you know, why didn't she protect, you know, I'm not gonna say exactly what character or characters I'm referring to. Just at one point in that movie, it seems to imply that. So in general, Jenny Nichols, really excellent YouTuber. Yeah, I think yeah, I mean, maybe the fact that, I mean, we're not supposed to, at least, look up to Mickey and Mallory, so maybe that's what is being communicated there. Maybe it's saying it's because it's ridiculous. Like, you're killing her, and in such a brutal way as well, for, you know, like, I'm not saying that it's, you know, obviously I sympathize greatly with Mallory for being abused, but mom was being abused. Like, she's a survivor, well, until just then when she's set on fire too, you know. I mean, yeah. But yes, that the yeah, I think that's when we get the first Wayne Gale. So he talks about, you know, that's when they started killing people, and we see some, like, we see reenactment, and, you know, we have that wonderful cop who says, like, so I was getting donuts. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not laughing. I'm just it was Please continue. You were getting donuts. Mm-hmm. Serious. It's very serious. And like he even says, I dropped my bear claw. Motherfucker. And that again feels like I think maybe the dialogue may have changed since Tarantino, but having jokes like that about cops does feel like something that he yeah, that's in some of the movies that he wrote that didn't get rewritten to the point where he had his name removed. And yeah, also the thing about, yeah, they asked for directions, and when they got them, they shot him in the fucking face with a goddamn shotgun. These are such monsters. Just yeah. And also, note, like, they hate cops. I mean, it seems like they wouldn't have had problems with cops if they hadn't started breaking the law. And again, real life. Hey, Cap. I'm very much, yeah, in the current, under the current circumstances. I don't blame anyone for not trusting cops in America and various other countries. But I'm not sure this movie is saying that, I mean, other than Scagnetti, the cops in this movie don't seem like they're like a threat to civilians. Like, it's there's police brutality for sure, but it's not against people who've done absolutely nothing other than with Scagnetti, at the hands of Scagnetti. Let's see. So yeah, but that also, a number of Tarantino characters hate cops and will shoot them on sight or such. Um, So, that again feels like something Tarantino put in the script that didn't get removed. Let's see. I think... Right, and to be clear, okay, so my chuckle there, I'm not laughing at the idea of violence against cops. It's just... I'm chuckling at the fact that it's a trope that, like, if you sit down at a Tarantino movie screening, yeah, there might be violence against cops. I'm chuckling in favor of not having violence randomly inflicted against people. It's more that. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hopefully have made clear by now. I really don't. In real life, I despise violence. So, let's see. I think that's something we on the left have been encouraged a lot to say since Charlie Kirk was shot by someone who so far doesn't really seem like was a leftist. Like, yeah. I think Dead Domain has done the best videos talking about the, really breaking down the supposed evidence. Although, I mean, okay, so there was also... Shit, who was the other? There was at least one other who did a really solid video talking about... Now, I think That Domain was the one who did the very best that I've seen. I don't watch every single... Anyway, yeah. In recent decades, I think the 80s was the last time where that wasn't the case. But in the decades since the 1980s, if I recall, it's not that there's zero political violence done by leftists in America. It's that proportionately, it is significantly more likely to be conservatives committing acts of political violence. And then, like, conservative talking heads and sometimes even politicians will make jokes about the political violence committed by people that, agree with them politically on a number of things. Like stochastic terrorism is a very serious problem on the political right. But, you know, they like the idea of using Charlie Kirk's death. I saw someone note that he was worth more to Trump dead than alive. Trump and others have tried using, or in some cases successfully used, Charlie Kirk's murder, to have people fired, have people silenced for just critiquing him. Sometimes just fucking quoting Charlie Kirk, you know, saying, hey, this was something Charlie Kirk said, and that's apparently celebrating his murder. Yeah, fucking absurd. Like a lot of things for MAGA and other conservative, yeah, in recent years. Now, I think that brings us to the yeah. Yeah, I think they do a really great job with Wayne. Like immediately we get the sense like, wow, he's horny for this shit. Like Jesus Christ, you know, the way he talks about it and just yeah, really really solid performance. Like goddamn, Robert Downey Jr. fucking gets it. And for some reason it tickles me that Oliver Stone calls him Bob Downey. I don't know why. I mean, that's Bob and Robert. Yeah, it's, you know, just a short of the same name. It's just for some fucking reason. Moving on. But yeah. Let's see. I think that might bring us to the. Is that when that might actually be when we hear from, you know, and so you have the people who say, you know, oh, like, I mean, don't get us wrong, we respect human life, we think it's terrible to murder, and I'm just sitting there like, yeah, your words say one thing, the fucking smile on your face says the exact opposite. Please stop. Jesus Christ. Like I can imagine those actors are wonderful, warm people in real life, because a lot of the time, you know, those are the people who play roles that are just completely monstrous. But Jesus Christ, just fucking chilling. And I appreciate the camera for holding on their faces for a few seconds some of the time, because it really is like Jesus Christ, like just yeah. And one of them says, "I'm just saying, if I was a serial killer, I'd be Mickey and Mallory." I'm not going to break down every single thing that was wrong with that sentence. I am just going to go wash my ears and eyes. That's all. Let's see. I think yeah, and I appreciate the note about, oh, they're internationally beloved. Yeah. Oh, and Stone points out one of the girls in the Tokyo bit, one of the East Asian girls is also the reporter later, who says, "Oh, he is now impotent." You know. Yeah, I think that does bring us to. So yeah, you know, they're driving. Right. I love the fact that so completely gratuitously, they apparently shot a fucking cyclist who was like a champion, and I guess he was like training maybe or something. And just like, yeah, he was there, so they fucking shot him. You know, it is just the violence is so random, and yeah, um, very effectively paints them as just fucking monsters. Let's see. I think, does that bring us to the I guess I should note. I don't think I have more to say in this video about Thesis, the movie, the Alejandro Amenabar movie. But I am definitely going to do a video on it and Abra los Ojos. Shit, are those really the only two movies by him I own? Maybe. But I'm definitely going to do those two at the very least. And I'll see if I can get access to other movies of his. I definitely also really love the, God damn it, I'm afraid I forget the name of it, but it's about a guy who, like, he used to be a diver and he makes a bad jump, breaks his legs, and fights for the right to commit suicide. And it's a fucking amazing movie. Just, yeah. And an important topic as well. I have said before, and I'll say it again, I do believe in, I consider it ethical to have euthanasia. You know, if someone wants to, we should not tell someone they have to, but if someone truly wants to, and they're going to die, you know, in not that long, and it's going to be a really painful life up until that point, it's their decision. Nobody should pressure them into it, but under those circumstances, I am in favor of euthanasia as carried out by professionals, and with full informed consent from the patient. Now, let's see. I think let's talk about, so yeah, they there's a cop and they're kind of worried, and turns out, and they're imagining, oh, he's like on the radio, there's gonna be 10 cop cars in the next few minutes. But then they make a turn and he doesn't keep going after them, and they don't just like make a U-turn and go back and whatever. It's like, they're not after you. He's not after you. Like, what the fuck? Just and then he gets really angry at her for saying, oh, why did you tell me to turn left? Because you were both fucking paranoid. You thought the cop was gonna get you. Dude, like, Jesus Christ, some men will blame women for fucking everything. Why didn't you turn the car back and go back that way if you thought it was such a fucking bad idea? Like, Jesus Christ. Moving on. Let's see. I think that does pretty well get us to them being fucking lost. And, they get in a fight, and their insecurities really come out. He feels like, I mean, essentially both of them feel like the other's gonna abandon them. Oh shit! Okay, I got it. I made a mistake, and I'm going to rectify this. Wow, that sounds painful. Do I quote that line from The Nanny too much? It's one of my favorite jokes from that show. Used to fucking love that sitcom. Haven't watched in, like, I don't know, 15 years or something, maybe more. But used to watch it all the time. Anyway, yes. I somehow missed talking about the wedding, So yeah, they get out of the car right there, the overpass, I think it's called, and she gets like a sort of veil, and he bloodlets, and she's like, this wasn't what I had in mind. And I really love the way that, yeah, like, he is pushing her. He, like, don't get me wrong, she ends up like really diving in deep. But he is part of why they get so fucking violent, And with him, it's always violence. He bloodlets any chance he gets. They're getting married. Let's cut each other's. Let's cut our palms. Why? Like, what the fuck does that? Just, yeah. And in a way, it's also like something maybe a child would think of. Neither of them have really matured, understandably, considering their circumstances. But yeah, I mean, it's that thing of like mixing blood to signify that you're always going to be friends. That's something like a child might do. But like, I'm not 100% sure exactly how old they're meant to be, but I think it's like, I mean, if she's still living at home, she can't be much older than a teenager, right? I feel like that's probably, yeah, something along those lines. So the let's see. I think does that also? Oh my fucking Christ. Okay, so I'm just gonna briefly verbalize. I'm not gonna spend forever on it because it's so fucked up, but sadly it does also happen in real life. So I'm just going to briefly acknowledge the the mother of Mallory and Kevin says that the reason Kevin was born is that Dad was drunk and mistook Mom for Mallory. Kevin is like 9 years old, so if she's still a teenager, that means that he started raping her when she was and like a child, you know. So that's that's part of why the sitcom segment of the film hits so fucking hard. Like you get such a horrifying look into what her life was like. And again, I'm sorry, I don't like thinking about it either. So I apologize for bringing it up, but I appreciated being in the movie. I think it's something we have to think about sometimes because it happens in the real world, and we have to be able to like if we hear about someone where that, you know, seems to have happened, we can't reject it just because we think it's too bad, too awful to think about, you know. And obviously, I'm not saying that you have to be like fucking psychic mind reader and be able to deduce every time it's happening. I'm just saying, if someone makes that accusation, take it seriously. You know, believe women, investigate it. You know, try to find out if it's happening, and do what you can to help make sure that it won't be able to happen again. You know, there are, yeah, I mean, CPS, I think, is shit. Wait, is it that thing about? God damn it! Because I've heard that sometimes they don't actually help. I'm sorry, I'm not the right person to explain how best to help, but please have the mindset to help. And there are places online where you can find out how to best help. Anyway, let's see. So the I've been recording long videos recently, getting my mouth dry. Not picking up a 40 though. Let's see. I think where did we end up? So we got to the part. Yes. So the marriage. You know, they say their vows, and then, you know, a car drives by and they're like yelling at it, and it's, or at least one of the two are yelling at it, and it's like, you stop at the road. Like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? But again, that's, you know, that's part of why they're so terrifying. They genuinely don't understand that other people exist too, because it's not like listen, let's say those people had like stopped their car, gotten out, and started harassing them. Then I get being angry at them. But all they did was drive past. You know, like, legit. There was nothing, you know. Yeah. Um, and let's see. Yeah, and we see the sort of veil like fall off and slowly in slow motion float down, you know, and the yeah. Let's see. Oh shit, is that? God damn it. I think I also missed the part where. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that now then. Yes, so we have the bit where the God damn it, what's it called again? Yeah, them in the motel room. So I've already talked about the rear projection, so I'm not gonna go too much more into that. I appreciate the fact that a couple of the movies are, or at least one of them is like an Oliver Stone movie, and yeah, they're fucking watching, and just like with mild bored disinterest, they're watching the fucking chainsaw scene in Scarface, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess to them this is like absolutely nothing. Yeah, one of the deleted scenes, they're chainsawing the legs off the Hun brothers, and that's the one that was specifically deleted because Oliver Stone felt that they were overacting, and I don't know. I mean, maybe for that scene, it's not really that bad considering the rest of the movie's performances, which again I love. But yeah, it was a fun scene. The thing about them talk about they're actually fans, so they stopped killing us, and help. They called 911 to help us, and um, they're gonna have to fight even harder to reach their full potential because their legs were cut off. And it also, like, remarkably, like, we actually see the leg being chainsawed. It's not implied, or some of it's just implied, but some of it we actually see the chainsaw go into. I mean, obviously it's not an actual leg. They built something that looks like a leg, but it's still, for a second your brain thinks, shit, I'm watching someone's leg get chainsawed. Anyway, but yeah, and they're on the bed, they're kind of lovey-dovey, and you know the let's see, is that when there's is that the bit with poetry, or am I thinking of another scene? That was also a great bit, the her philosophizing. But yeah, we have the so they're on the bed, there's the TV, and they're having sex, and then he looks over, and this is such a great editing decision. Only then do we realize, oh my god, there's been a fucking hostage in the room this whole fucking time. And he's looking at the hostage. He's like, and Mallory catches him, and yeah, he's basically fantasizing about raping the hostage whilst having consensual sex with Mallory. That's how fucked up he is. That's how much of a goddamn not fucking role model he is. I'm sorry, it just fucking bothers me that there are people who watch this movie and think, oh, let's be exactly like the fucking monsters. Anyway, yes, so they, yeah, and she leaves, and and he even says, oh, maybe we should have a threesome with her, and it is, not unusual for the 90s. It is somewhat gender stereotypical, this thing of like, the idea that she wants them to be monogamous and he wants more. He even says, I'm a 90s man, I want options, something along those lines, and yeah, it's one of those things. It's kind of complicated. I'm not the best person to talk about it. I'm not going to spend forever on it. The leftist cooks have done fantastic. I know. I guess I should be pronouncing leftist cooks so you'll know how to fucking spell it. But when they say it, they say cooks because of their accent, and it's a perfect, fucking pitch perfect YouTube channel name. For them. Anyway, they explain it really well. But yeah, polyamory is a thing, and there are a number of women who love polyamory, and it's a perfectly healthy lifestyle. There's nothing wrong with it. Monogamy is not inherently better. I myself, back when I had a partner, I was monogamous. I say that in case any friends of one of my exes is watching and thinks, no, I'm not saying, I don't think either of my partners would have been okay with polyamory. Well, one of them I'm confident wouldn't have been. And yeah, that worked for us. That's not why those relationships ended. But yeah, there are some people for whom it works really well. And yeah, a number of them are women. And a lot of the time when you have media that says, women don't like polyamory, but men sure do, it's actually like misogynists who would be fucking terrified to have their, to have their female partner have sex with someone other than themselves, even though they want to get to do that. they want to get to have sex with other women than their own partner. I forget. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't attribute the quote, but someone noted that a number of men think that they and their female partner entering polyamory means that the man is going to have a lot of sex. And it turns out it's actually more the woman who has a really easy time finding a partner. I'm not saying that's always the case, but that is something I've heard from polyamorous people. So, yeah, there's and that is also like, he's very jealous of her, but he doesn't think she should be jealous of him. So it's pretty ridiculous. Yeah. And again, in character. Yeah. Moving on. Yeah. So and she goes, and that's when we see the fire projected onto a building, and she meets Balthazar Getty, and she's just thinking about Mickey that whole time, imagining him, dancing and walking up. And so Getty doesn't get to do very much here, but I do really appreciate, so he, the you have the thing about, she's, I think she asks, do you want to fuck me or something like that. And then she, lies down, and he, climbs up, and they start, doing it, and she's clearly uncomfortable. And then, she asks him to go down on her, and then, he's, at first he's like, have I seen you somewhere before? And then he's like, oh fuck, you're Mallory Knox, aren't you? I love the detail. And to be clear, I'm not attributing this to the actor. It's the script, obviously. But the fact that after he says that, he's still trying to fuck her, and that again does somewhat comment on, yeah, like, because there are a number of people who want to have sex with someone who has, for example, killed people. I already mentioned, there were some for, yeah, various serial killers. We're moving on, but yeah, again, sexuality leads to violence with her, and then she says, you're the worst. I've never gotten eaten out as badly as you. Next time, don't be so fucking eager. He's dead, Mal. He can't hear you. Nobody but the audience that you don't realize exist are hearing what you're saying right now. It's again like this, like they seem to be at least slightly detached from reality. Like in addition, it's one thing that they're able to commit these horrible acts, it's murder, mass murder. There are people who are capable of that, who are fully aware of reality. Um, from what I understand, that's fairly common in the IDF, for example, as they're carrying out an actual genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, and the fact that, oh God, while she's gone, we do see him. I appreciate that they, at least, it doesn't go on for fucking ever, but yeah, he picks her up, and he's clearly going to rape her. So that's so fucking, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Let's see. I am not the right person to talk about if that should be in the movie. I understand from Oliver Stone on the DVD that it was censored out of the theatrical cut. I don't know. I think the fact that it is part of his monstrous nature that he is, all these evil acts that he continues to choose to do. He's not choosing the lesser of two evils. He's choosing evil for its own sake, and part of that is that he's a rapist, and she chides her mother, burns her mother, literally, for, not just verbally, for not, never doing anything, and here she is not preventing him from rape. Yeah. it's again the cyclical nature of violence. They experienced violence, so they commit violence. Anyway, one of the deleted scenes after they get lost, the let's see, the goat, I would say, tries to ram Mickey after Mallory points a gun at him, fires some rounds like the ground, get him to take off his pants. It's pretty funny, and I appreciate her getting some power there. Yeah, the goat almost rams him, but then that leads into them going to where the Native American is. Because that was originally the first time that they spotted each other. And he doesn't, he recognizes that they're the ones who are going to kill him, and leaves to, go into yeah. And so they go in, and I am definitely not the right person to judge. I mean, obviously, it is offensive. Because you have Mickey going in and saying, "How are you doing?" And that's obviously, the joke is that some racists think it's hilarious to greet a Native American or even someone who just looks like they are, because a lot of racists can't fucking tell, which is part of why there were a bunch of non-Muslims who were mistaken for Muslims who got physically assaulted after 9/11. Even though, like, if you know pretty much anything, I forget which, it was maybe Sikhs. It was someone. It was a group of people who, by their dress, look distinctly different from Muslims. Like, you have to be wildly ignorant to mistake one of them for a Muslim, and yet it happened because they just don't even fucking know. Anyway, yeah. Let's see. So, and you have Mallory like talking slowly to him, which is also kind of, you know, or more than kind of, it is, she is patronizing him. But I think the idea, I hope that it's not an example of Oliver Stone being racist. I hope it's just that the characters are, because I think we are meant to think of, they're the ones who are being like silly, because like he clearly understands what you're saying. He just isn't on board with it. Like, that's all. Can you really not see? Like, he doesn't look confused. He's fucking over it. Like, he looks at them and it's like, really? He doesn't look at them as like, huh? So yeah. And he, immediately says, demon. And he says they're lost in a world of ghosts. And Stone, I will admit, when I just watched the movie the first time, I thought he was talking about, they're killing a lot of people, so lost in a world of ghosts. And specifically them. But according to Stone, it is meant to be that he's saying, that the Native American is saying, all white people we are all lost in a world chasing ghosts. We don't experience real life. And I do, I'm a big believer in that we can learn a lot from indigenous people all over the world. They were able to coexist with nature for significantly longer without fucking up the planet. So, yeah. I'm personally very partial to Greenlandic. I think they have a lot of really beautiful. There's a lot about their culture I really love. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not just talking about Malik Kleist movies, even though I've done videos on 3 of them by now, and 2 of them were 2 weeks in a row. Anyway, I think that does bring us to so yeah, and he explains to his grandson about the whole thing, and we also find out how his son died in Vietnam, which is also, I think that's a good good detail to have included there. He's like, a lot of native and indigenous people are not, they're kind of kept out of the the, 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 the world of the people who, colonized their land, stole their land, and such, and yet they're called upon when soldiers, for example, are needed, and then they end up dead. So now he lost a son, and what the fuck did he get out of it? He yeah. I think that might bring us to, and that is the thing. Is it an Oliver Stone movie if Vietnam is never mentioned? And I legit, I'm not sure I've seen an Oliver Stone movie where Vietnam doesn't come up at least once. But then he did also make a really fucking amazing Vietnam movie, and the Vietnam War is important to remember, But yeah, Platoon, video forthcoming. Let's see. I think that more or less covers. Let's see what else. Yeah. You have the thing about so he picks up the rattlesnake, and just puts it outside and says go be a snake, and he tells his son go be a man, and he recites that story about yeah, you knew damn well I was a snake when you took me in. And yeah, Mickey falls asleep, and we see that he does have PTSD. He, in his sleep, re-experiences the abuse at his parents' hand, and wakes up with a jolt and accidentally shoots the Native American. And that's the only time that the two of them are engaged in a violent act where they really didn't intend and end up feeling terrible for it. And yeah, after that, he doesn't really want to kill anyone. He kills to escape the prison, and then he kills Wayne to send a message. He's not sure what. But yeah, the I think I want to briefly note. So yeah, the thing about Vietnam, so yeah, this Native American's son was sent off to Vietnam, and meanwhile, for all the media attention around, oh, it really hurt white people. Yeah, it hurt non-whites as well, and that wasn't covered sufficiently. Anyway, in American media. Anyway, yes. So, God damn it, I've been recording for 3.5 fucking hours. I hope this has been as entertaining for you as it is for me. I think I gotta speed this up. So, yes, he he apparently knew. He saw. I think this might be something Stone explains on the DVD, but yeah. Let's see, 20 years earlier or something, he saw the Native American saw that he was going to get killed by demons, and maybe specifically Mickey. So he was basically just waiting for this to happen, But yeah, it's unclear if this is how Mickey sleeps every night, but it's possible. And just usually it's a hostage that he kills, or maybe no one, but yeah, this is something that actually, it's horrifying, but yeah, sometimes when someone wakes up with a jolt, if they have a gun too close by, they might shoot someone. A lot of guns that were originally bought to, for what's it called again? Home protection, defense, something like that. They end up accidentally shooting someone they did not intend to. That's, don't take my word for it. Look up the stats yourself from a reliable source. Don't look at a Republican source. Let's see. I think that pretty much covers that entire thing. Yeah. So after that they leave, and there's a fucking swarm of goddamn rattlesnakes, and it's like, oh, pooh, get that shit away from me. Never going near the desert. God damn. I'm sure there are wonderful places in the desert, and I'm never going to see them because I do not want to be that close to a fucking rattlesnake. I don't even want to risk it. And yeah, they get bitten like so many times. That was again a scene that I remembered going on for 2 or 3 times as long because it's so impactful. It's so scary. It's so fucked up. And again, they brought this on themselves. This violence was so unnecessary. And the only reason they're even there is because they got paranoid about a cop, which like in the real world, that sometimes that's reasonable even if you've done nothing wrong, but they're paranoid because they did something wrong. And yeah, so they go to the drug zone, and again, because they always want to, oh, there should always be a witness, which obviously started with Kevin. Originally that was just like, well, I'm not gonna fucking kill Kevin, he's done nothing wrong. um I mean, listen, motherfucker, he protected their domicile when he was home alone on multiple occasions, so he's a saint. But yeah, because they always want there to be a witness, that means people know what they look like and who they are. So when he walks up, yeah, the guy immediately triggers the alarm. And then he's also super unnecessarily rude to him. Like, Jesus Christ, like, dude, he's just doing his job. Like, he's done nothing wrong. Like, oh, maybe he's nervous because he knows who the fuck you are. Like, what's your problem? Okay, snake venom, I get that, but still, that's not his fault, and yeah, there's the thing about, oh, well, if you kill me, who's left to tell the story? And then he just goes, well, if I don't kill you, where's the story? So genuinely, he doesn't need any reason to. He's even willing to break the rules because he just wants to kill people. He just, like, he witnessed violence. His own father blew his brains out right in front of him when he was a kid. Ever since, he's tried to control the violence. A theme also explored in another Tarantino written movie, which again, it's possible that theme was left over from him. But yeah, From Dusk Till Dawn is also about someone trying to control violence. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, and Stone points out, they're bitten by snakes. They've got all this venom in them. They're like, she ends up on the floor, and then suddenly they're able to like run and fight and all this, so they're practically superhuman, um, which again, maybe that's part of why some people felt it was romanticizing, but look at how clearly they're in the wrong. Like, just, yeah. Oh shit, I completely, okay, yeah, I'll finish this off and then go back. But so yeah, god damn, there's so fucking much I want to talk about in this movie. God damn it, I did not expect this video to get this long. I wasn't thinking that this was going to be the one where I would go on for fucking ever about a Tarantino movie, but what can I say? I got a lot to say about it. I'm going to try to talk faster so it's not so, feel free to slow it down if you want. But yeah, so basically they end up rushing out. She gets caught by Scagnetti, who like also loved the thing about how he found a pube in the teeth of the Getty character, and then it transitions to her face, which is also Stone calls out. That's a really great transition. Oh right, I also love the part where it'll transition through a crossfade to later in the same take. Just wonderful. And all the harsh cuts. God damn, there's so much to talk about this fucking movie. Okay, so they yeah, Scagnetti is he's like cutting her, which Stone points out in the commentary track. When Scagnetti does it, it feels like a violation. When Mickey did it, it was romantic. And so he's perverting stuff that they're and at first Mickey manages to shoot some of them, but then they overwhelm and he gets beaten in a way that is clearly evoking Rodney King, and that is also, I don't love that because, look, I'm sorry, Rodney King 100% did not deserve anything resembling that. Like, that's, whereas like with Mickey, I mean, I'm sorry, but this guy has killed dozens of people. Yeah. And it is, again, of course, the movie is criticizing police brutality, even if you don't think it's meant to evoke Rodney King, in which case you're obviously wrong, but whatever. Uh, everybody's wrong sometimes. Let's see. I think the okay. I don't know if that's completely fair. I don't think Donald Trump is, wrong sometimes. He's wrong all the time. But so they're captured, and yes. So before I talk about the last chunk of the movie, yes. So we have the. Oh my God, I'm only like halfway, aren't I? Fuck me. Okay, the movie. I mean, I hope the video is not. I'm gonna try to move fast through the rest. Okay, so Scagnetti, he strangles the girl, and we have some more great use of rear projection during that, and yeah, in the commentary, Stone points out he's basically trying to gain strength by sacrificing her, and she also, there's a brief bit where she's clearly scared of him, but she pushes through, and that is also like, yeah, I'm probably not the only person who's going to tell you, but yeah, if you as a woman feel like, okay, maybe this guy is dangerous, it's often a good idea to listen to your instincts, And I'm not blaming anyone who doesn't, to be clear. So, yes, prison. I absolutely love Dwight. Pretty much everything he says and does. I love seeing him so, Tommy Lee Jones so alive. It's great to yeah. Anyway, we have the bit with the book, and that's also a Tarantino-esque thing of, he wrote a book about, he made money off his violence, and God damn it, Dwight, one of the first things he says is like, that would be a much better movie than Serpico. So, first of all, you don't know his name. Wait, wrong. Yeah. First of all, Serpico, fan-fucking-tastic movie. Haven't watched it in like 25 years, I think, but I watched it multiple times back then. It's really fucking good. Second of all, is it the movie, or is it the fact that the movie is saying crooked cops exist and it can be difficult to be an honest cop? Because I think that might be what Dwight is taking issue with. He likes the hero cop shit, yeah, several have read his book, want an autograph and shit like that. Did he ever get his book back, or did Jack keep it? I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, I also really love the cop. I already mentioned, yeah, Pruitt being underutilized. He is good, and the other one also great. The one who gets his book signed. Yeah, so they let's see. We have the thing about right. I love Wayne yelling at his people. Not because it's good to do in real life, but because it shows how much of a fucking asshole he is. Oh, what the fuck? Where's my close up? You're fired. Just god damn it, what a fucking asshole. Bob Downey is so fucking good at playing obnoxious. I haven't seen him do it that many times, but when he does it, boy, like here and Oppenheimer, like goddamn, he is so fucking good at it. It's yeah, and he's so pleasant in interviews. Anyway, yes. So the god damn it, I gotta move on. Let's see. We have the thing about the we have the thing where he says or does. We have the god damn it. Yes. So I love the fact that Jack is like, there's the thing about, oh, tell me you're not working with Wayne, and they're like, well, we have to. It's listen, Jack, if you're willing to work with Wayne, you get to murder Mallory and Mickey Knox. You get to write a book about it. They're going to make a movie. You're going to be famous. All you got to do is work with Wayne. And you see the look on Jack's face, and he's like, I don't fucking know, man. That's how fucking petty he is. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I love the bit where he explains about, he too is trying to control violence because his mother was shot to death right in fucking front of him by a mass murderer, and yeah, it's sadly very, very credible. There are a number of people like it's one of those things. It's very important to note people like that are not beyond saving, but it is necessary to make sure they get mental health care as soon as possible after such a traumatic event. Let's see. I think that pretty much... Yeah, he talks about, he grew up in Texas and, no accent. Well, I don't want to sound like those fucking assholes. And Dwight's like, my mother's from Texas. Wonderful. And Jack makes a smooth recovery saying, no, I mean those assholes who beat me when I was a kid. Which, yeah, sadly, it's very true. There are kids who will fucking bully another kid if that kid loses their mom at a very young age. It's fucked up, but it happens. And again, this is not going to get better by us ignoring it. So it's important we don't ignore it. But let's see, I think that pretty much brings us to... Yeah, and, sadly, in real life, there are a number of cops who engage in very violent activities off the job. It's not enough for them to brutalize, people who've done nothing wrong when they're, waving their fucking badge and gun around. They also, some of them beat their wives, for example. Yeah, it's a disturbingly high percentage. I forget the exact number, but you can look it up. Again, don't take Republicans' word for it. Look at a credible source. But yeah, so appreciate that it's showing that. I forget where, but I did see someone write something like, oh, you see, he's the rare, dangerous cop. He's not going off justice. And, I do appreciate we're not shown it being the case for every cop or guard or such, but he is the most prominent cop character, and he is very much that. So, yeah, again, sometimes Tarantino is really great at criticizing cops and such, and yeah, sadly it is very true. Anyway, we're gonna move on to the... Yeah, I like that during the talk about the interview, your episode did really well on the show, and they talk about, oh, did we beat this person, did we beat that person, like, I'm sorry, Charles Manson did get better ratings, and he's like, it's tough to beat the king. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. They're talking about, like, fucking serial killers, like, you might talk about, like, baseball players or something. Like, okay, yeah, that one was good, but he was no match for this other one. Like, it's just the banality of evil, But yeah, I think I love the fact that, so time's up. And, first Wayne yells, oh, he unhand him. He is a human being. That gets no response. And then he says, let him answer if the interview's on or not. And then the guards stop. Because the fact that this is a human being they're dealing with doesn't matter. That doesn't enter into the equation. But, like, mass media exploitation of violence? We're gonna make an exception for that. Because, I mean, time was up, And, yeah, he says, yeah, let's do an interview. And Wayne is like, yes, he has no idea how fucking up this situation is going to get. And, Jack being taken to her cell, and she's singing. And I think it's Dwight who yells, you have a visitor. And she clearly hears, because then she sings louder. She's like, fuck you. I'm on my own time here. And yeah, it genuinely is great. He says, I guess I'm a natural born killer, and she says, I guess I was born bad. Because like that's what they feel like. They feel like they didn't have a choice. We saw the choice they had. They could have just like listen, as soon as Mickey comes back, the two of them can just leave. Just don't fucking steal a car. Go, yeah. And maybe like prevent them from calling the cops at least immediately. I don't know. Fucking tie up mom and dad or something. After a few days, someone will come check on them for something or other, find them. By then, you'll be long gone. You don't have to kill anyone. And yeah, that's yeah. Moving on. So yeah, and when she doesn't even recognize Jack right away. She just runs into the door, and yeah, she's lying there bleeding from her forehead, and they don't care. And one of them's like, "Don't worry, she does that all the time." I mean, it took out two of the camera people, but Oliver Stone really wanted the shot. And to be clear, it is a really cool shot, and it's one of those things where I can just see the one or both of the camera people going, you used the fucking shot, right? Because like I was taking a commission, you better fucking use the shot I got you. So yeah. Let's see, I think that brings us to yeah, so Jack is talking to her, and at first she doesn't even recognize him. And he just sends out the guards, even though he doesn't have authority to, and it's against the rules and all that stuff. But they respect him because he's the lawman. He has authority, so they're just gonna listen to him, even though what he's suggesting is obviously bad, which is again part of the message here. Communicated throughout the movie, and the way that violence, he has earned the right to command them around unjustly because he's engaged in violence. Like what else has he done? And yeah, so they have the shit. Where were we? We were getting to the part. God damn it! Right on the. I swear, I almost have it. We have the God damn it. Yeah. So once he does that, he immediately gets sexual with her, and Stone points out it's almost like BDSM. He's like a little boy. She says sit down, and he just does it. And apparently, I'm not 100% sure which of them, or maybe both, but when Jack says squeeze my nipple and kiss me, and she responds so specific. At least one of those lines was Julia Lewis's idea, and it's great. They're both great lines. But yeah, and she notes, so you like pain, which is again part of the message. Do you like pain, and how far are you willing to go to feel or cause pain, and will it be rewarded? Let's see, and yeah. So let's see. I guess I think I'm gonna just real quick. Right, I want to note. I think they do a really solid job on the climax here, and that might also, in part, be, I feel like the skeleton of that might still be the Tarantino script, but the fact that they have, you've got Jack and Mal, you've got the interview, you've got the riots. Three elements that feed off each other and build. And yeah, by the end, like it's a very satisfying climax, and that's also where some of the worst acts of violence occur. When the snitches are murdered in the various brutal ways. One of the one of the people, let's see, I think that might have been a guard, not a snitch, but one of them is fucking put in an oven. Like it's horrifying. And there's this darkly comedic moment with another in a washing machine, and you see the spin and his horrified face. Just yeah, it's ridiculous and horrifying. Let's see. I think that brings us to the... God damn it. Right on the tip of my tongue, I swear. We have the bit with the... Yeah, I'm gonna quickly finish off. So the nah, that doesn't make sense. Never mind. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the interview. So apparently the interview is based on the Geraldo interview of a serial killer. I think it was maybe Charles Manson. And in the commentary track, he expands on exactly how he feels. But another thing is some of what Mickey is saying is possible that Stone agrees with, but that doesn't mean that it's exactly, or there was something along those lines. Maybe he doesn't completely agree with it, but there's something to it or something, and he did go for, and I think he succeeds at, this thing of like from the, again, I believe Charles Manson interview, the thing about how some of what he's saying kind of sort of makes sense. And it's, again, this thing of like, well, don't fucking kill people. We'd listen to, or I have an easier time listening to you. But obviously, part of the problem is in America, he would get less attention if he wasn't killing people, So, yeah, that is, again, that's part of what's being said here at the end. Like, they're obsessed with, oh, we gotta have live violence stuff here, because Mickey and Mallory, they've killed a lot of people. That makes them good for television, if not the world. And that's also the thing. Like, as soon as you realize, oh, violence is good for television, but it makes the world a worse place, what does that say about television? And to be clear, I'm not saying all television, but again, we have to be better at covering these things in media. Is what I'm saying, what the movie's saying. And I'm gonna try to speed further because we're almost at the 4-hour. Jesus Christ, it's been a while since I record, hasn't it? Whatever. I don't always these days record for quite this long. My back is also starting to, but I'm getting treatment tomorrow. So anyway, the shit. We were at the So the interview. There's some really great parts there, and the let's see, the fact that after a specific bit, the riot starts. It is that which starts the riot, nothing else. Oh, right. I love the bit about, so he writes the letter to her and he's like, well, I guess in a way I don't have feelings, but in a way I have more, and I really love you. Oh, I killed this guy over yoga, and, or who was helping me with yoga because he started to piss me off. Right, and I also think that the brief clips of the child abuse that he suffered are very effective. His mom screaming, "I hate you, you little shit," and the brief clips of the headless man at one point getting out of the chair still headless. Like, God, that's so fucking horrifying. And of course, he's going to keep seeing his father without a head over and over if he doesn't get proper mental health care. Yeah, I think that brings us to the he, the interview, I forget if it's just a break, but he starts moving around, and Stone himself has admitted he doesn't feel like it completely makes sense that he would have enough freedom of movement and they would be calm enough that he would be able to grab the shotgun and fight his way out there. But he suggests on the commentary track he has an idea for how it should have been instead. But yeah, he's telling this really fucked up joke, and the guards are laughing, and he's getting to go close to them, and he's testing the boundaries. He's seeing, can I get really close? So at one point, he's miming that they're groping. That the girl in the story was being groped. The teen girl. I hope she was at least a teenager, Jesus Christ, and that's age-appropriate boyfriend. Anyway, yeah, when he mimes that, he goes up to one of the guards, and he gets to go really close, and it's only after that the guard raises the gun and is like, okay, don't do that again. That's a little, And at one point, he picks up a donut, and for some reason, I always Mandela effect it to think that, that's how he shows that they were fucking, but no, he just humps the air himself, but yeah, he picks up a donut. There are cops or guards, so of course there's donuts. And he throws the donut at one of them, and the guy just grabs it without thinking about, hey, wait, is this, okay? And then he, grabs the shotgun and shoots several of them. And I do love the thing about, drop it, and he drops the donut. The gun, and that's also something Stone calls out on the commentary track as being pretty funny. The timing being great there. But yeah, and the thing about, cameraman, I don't know, I think one of them died. And he's like, do we have a camera? I think it was destroyed. Well, I guess we don't need a cameraman. And the cameraman literally only survives, at least there. I think he dies later. But he's like, oh, I do have a camera. Okay, I guess I won't shoot you yet. Just like so fucking fucked up. And right, also the thing about, so apparently Wayne has a lover called Ming, and his wife found out, and then he tells the wife it's a restaurant, and then he calls Ming and says, don't write anything down. If she calls you, claim that you're a restaurant, and he even says, stop being paranoid when when Ming is saying, I know she knows. Yeah, she's right. She's not being paranoid. Like, what's that saying? It's not really being paranoid if the wife has found out about the lover. Like, what the Jesus Christ. Anyway, but yeah, and then later he's like, "Fuck you! I'm leaving you. I'm never coming home. I'm gonna be with Ming." And then Ming dumps him. That's genuinely funny. And yeah, he's just such a scumbag. He's such a piece of shit. Jesus Christ. But the yeah, the thing about there's a line about, you don't know what it's like until you've had a gun, something or other. And later Wayne does fire a gun, and he even, like, he lies and shoots a guard when, like, dude, if they shoot Mickey, you're gonna be free. But now he's gotten into, and he does later admit, yeah, that he's a parasite. And he said, well, that's just the way the world works. But he is genuinely willing to choose evil. He just wasn't in a situation before where he would shoot someone. That doesn't mean that it might have always been in him. He spent too much time with all this violence. And that's, I think I used to know, I forget what Oliver Stone's stance is on whether or not media can make you overtly violent, if he's one of the people who thinks, because he does believe in some things that, yeah, I don't know if he still believes in the conspiracy theory about the JFK assassination, but he certainly didn't he believe it when he made the movie? I think that might have been the case. I don't know. I'd like to think he's since come, but when he made this movie, he still believed it, and I appreciate this wasn't made that long after he made the JFK movie, but yeah. Because in the commentary track, he says, "Oh, look how ignorant Jack is. He actually believes, let's see, he doesn't think there was a second shooter during JFK, which now we know. No, like, it was. I'm not the right person to explain it, but the conspiracies were wrong. There was not a second shooter. It was Lee Harvey Oswald working alone." It was the thing about magic bullet theory. No. The was it the vehicle moved as it was, and that's why it looks like that's why the bullets came from different angles. It's not that there were multiple shooters, but some people just like the idea that there's it was traumatic. It was a terrifying occurrence. So a lot of people needed there to be something else, let's see. I think, well, let's see. That brings us to the, yeah. So anyway, they start shooting their way out, and the great bit where Dwight is like, listen, we're gonna, we're gonna count to 10, and then we're gonna be like, ready or not, here I come. like, what the fuck are you just, yeah. Come out, wherever you are, counselor. But meanwhile, Juliette Lewis is like, where have I heard that before? But yes, I think the, I guess I'll briefly talk. Yeah, so okay, so he fights his way to her cell, and he says, you better hope that she's unharmed, and yeah. So to return to that, so yeah, she had some control during the sexual, and yeah, she starts attacking him, and I believe there again says, do you still want me now? Because again, like, it is this thing of like, that's how she takes control back from being sexualized against her will, is with violence, which I understand why one might want that, but again, like, ideally these situations are resolved without violence. But I will say I find it cathartic in fiction when rapists and would-be rapists are yeah, that's one thing I quite like about god damn it, I guess I can't say that without spoiling. I guess I'll say that there is at least one Robert Rodriguez movie where a rapist or would-be rapist is brutalized in a way that I find cathartic. Yes, I think that does bring us to so yeah, and that again, I remembered it as her only attacking Skegnetti when Mickey showed up, which again, that's the thing, like, she's not thinking it through. The consistently, Mickey and Mallory don't really think things through. Things just kind of work out for them over the course of it. It feels like it's being told from their perspective, so they make themselves, super powered, not superheroes. And even though it's them telling the story, they still come across terrible because they don't realize how awful they are, and that I think has power and is valid. Yeah, so the and again, I do not think that this movie is trying to encourage people to behave in this kind of way. So that yeah, so she does manage to she attacks him, but he takes over the control of the situation. And let's see, then yeah, then Mickey shows up. There's some shooting, and then they point their guns at each other, but hold up before shooting. And Stone points out this is such a ridiculous trope, so he's satirizing that as well. And yeah, the way that Mallory gets to take out there's the bit where she's behind Jack, and Mickey like sees that she's ready to attack, so he's like, okay, you win, I'll put the gun down. And Jack thinks he's won because he's that naive. He really doesn't understand. He's just lucky, basically, not unlike Mickey and Mallory. And yeah, he underestimates her, as every man in the movie does, essentially. Right, I do got a note. So I talk about in the deleted scenes, the bit with the psychiatrist is even longer. Is that the same guy who does the K-Billy Super Sound of the 70s, or does he just have a similar voice? Whatever. And also, isn't the guy who says, oh, I can get I've got the beta camera, is that the cop that they torture in Reservoir Dogs? Or does he just have a really similar face and voice? Whatever. Yes, so the therapist, I really appreciate that they did keep in the line where he says, I don't believe what women tell me, which, like, wow. And also, you probably shouldn't be a therapist at all, but yeah, he has just been analyzing Mallory, and then he says, I don't believe in the things women say, so, like, well, then what the fuck good is your analysis of her? just, yeah. And the fact that he still thinks that he could provide worthy analysis, really shows, like, yeah. There's some male privilege not being checked going on there. Let's see. I think yeah. So where were we? We get to the part with the God damn it. Yeah. Yes. So the I'm really glad that she's the one who gets to kill Scagnetti. That a woman that he was like sexually assaulting and about to rape is the one who kills the rapist, serial killer. Well, I guess I don't know if serial killer, but killer and rapist. Yeah. And also that it's such a brutal way. Like, he does not go out easily. He stabbed in the neck like that, and yeah, and then he like fights to attack, and then she shoots him. Yeah, that was. I quite appreciated that. Again, catharsis. I don't want it to happen in real life. And in catharsis in fiction. I don't want it to happen in real life. Moving on, then they start having to shoot their way out. And there's the thing about, we'll shoot your guard. It's like, oh, he's already dead. Not literally, though. I guess you mean you can't use him anymore because he's injured, but that's pretty fucked up. And then the guards are the ones who shoot him, so also a good bit of satire there. There are a number of times where law enforcement fuck over each other. Yeah. I also like the thing about, you're the law, I'm the law breaker, and she fucking breaks his fingers. Jesus Christ, he's such a bad person. It's so gratuitous. Let's see. And I'm someone who really hates, like, that's one of the things that can really make me cringe, is seeing fingers get broken in in movies and shows. Anyway, so they let's see. Yeah, Owen, the guardian angel, helps them get past a certain place, and the right, also the oh, you're not really going to shoot Wayne. Oh, just watch, and shoots right through the hand, and we actually see through the hand, like, Jesus Christ. And he's still following them, he's still on board with them. He only really turns on them at the end when they say they're gonna kill him, even after they shoot his fucking hand, and he's shooting a guard who did nothing to him personally, but yeah. Let's see. Yeah, and he says he's never been alive before, and that, Oliver Stone was in Vietnam. He knows, yeah, there are people who feel that way. There are people who go on chasing that kind of high. And it can be really, really harmful, really destructive and self-destructive. So that, again, is something that should be criticized. Let's see. Yeah, so they, and the thing about they tape up so the shotguns are pointed. It's genuinely clever, and they get out. Oh, right. Also, the bit where I love the fact that he's more worried about the fucking camera than any of the people, and I think he attacks at least one person because of the camera. Let's see, and the only time that Mickey actually kills someone who's like a violent criminal is for, when they're being slowed down from getting out of the prison. He could have targeted them all along if he really wanted to, but he just shot random people. Yeah, and let's see, I think that brings us to the part with, let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll just briefly note, the thing about, oh, we call it industrialization, but you're still killing, you're killing animals, you're killing nature. And that, again, like, if you weren't killing people, I'd be like, yes, thank you for saying that, but thankfully there are people who are not killing people in the real world who are saying things like this. And yeah, we definitely need to do something about, like, we've done so much damage to nature. We really have to start repairing that. And it's, yeah. Even if you want to be cynical as, oh, I don't care about nature. Well, you're going to die an early death. And so are a lot of other people if we don't help save nature. That's just a fact. We know that. Science has demonstrated it thoroughly. There are already a bunch of people who are dying early deaths because of climate change, which is fucking man-made. So we're going to move on. So glad that Greta Thunberg is, she's a fucking hero. She's such an inspiration. Yeah. I think, did I already, maybe I already plugged Francesca Fiorentini's, and I know her channel is called something else, but I'm not comfortable using the B word. Okay, I guess I can say the B-situation room. She did a video, I think it's called Has Greta Changed? Or Did Greta Change? Something like that. And she does a really fantastic job. I don't really have anything to add to that video. Yes, shit. Where were we? We were at the point where let's see. We got to the yeah. So they, the guns are pointed at him, and so they get to leave because you can't hurt the guy who's getting rich off of harmful media coverage of mass murder. Like, what is wrong with you? And so they just let them leave, and then not long after, Dwight and the others are killed. They're overwhelmed. They managed to take out the first bunch of people, but then some more come out. And apparently, outside of the director's cut, you don't see. But yeah, they cut his head off and put it on a steak. I forget how you're supposed to say that. Yeah, that is pretty horrific. And again, he was in favor of violence when it was done at his hand or by his people. He loved throwing that guy around, or throwing the guy on the table. He's like, oh, I love it, and well, this is what happens when, violence begets violence. And there's also that mention of, they're hoping that Mickey and Mallory, it's not enough for them, the lobotomy. They want Mickey and Mallory dead. And the prison is overcrowded, which is a problem in real life. In real life, it doesn't lead, it doesn't lead to this kind of thing, but it does lead to, some prisoners die early deaths because of it. And there's a lot of problems caused by over-incarceration in general, not just overstuffing prisons. And that, again, I'm not chuckling because I think sometimes I have a nervous laugh when I'm thinking about something that's just so horrible in real life. I don't mean to make light of it. Now, I am just going to briefly acknowledge that some people did watch this climax, and I mean, I think they were probably also disturbed, but they did realize there's kind of some potential here. So yeah, if you watch the climax of this movie with the prison riot, and you're thinking, wow, that would make really cool video gameplay, the first Kane Lynch and the 2004 Punisher game both have, yeah. And to be fair, in those games, it is also disturbing. Yeah. Moving on. So yeah, they managed to get out of the prison, and yeah, they talk about how they're gonna kill him, and they admit, I don't know what message it's sending, but they don't need a reason. They at this point they even admit, who knows? They just feel like it, so they do it. And I do think at least some of what he said in the big interview, the live interview, was just bullshit. He was just rationalizing, because, like, yeah, the truth is he is seeking to control violence because he was exposed to too much violence at too young of an age, and he did not get adequate mental health care. And I don't know. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how much we're supposed to take. I mean, again, the movie is being told from their perspective. I would definitely argue it's being told from Mickey and Mallory's perspective. The ending, I mean, I think that's probably just. I think the story's being told by them right after they shot Wayne. So they're saying, oh, in the future, we're going to have kids, we're going to settle down, we're going to be just a happy, normal family unit. And it's like, I watched the whole movie. That's not going to happen. There's no way that would work for them. Mickey is not going to be able to stop killing people without a lot of mental health care, and I mean, Mallory, I don't think he's good enough at making her feel like he's going to be true to her, monogamous, and I don't think he is going to be monogamous to her again. So it's just gonna the pattern's gonna repeat. He's gonna rape a hostage, she's gonna go out and kill some random person. They're gonna be doing this forever. Like, maybe eventually one of them snaps and kills the other, and maybe horrified about what they've done, commits suicide. Maybe eventually they're caught by law enforcement. Like, they've killed dozens of people. They were basically the reason for the riot. I feel like there's gonna be like federal. I don't think Jack was. I think Jack was basically a cop, a regular cop. But no, like, the fucking FBI is gonna get involved. There's gonna be a nationwide manhunt. They're gonna be recognized somewhere. They're gonna end up dead or getting that lobotomy or something. Yeah. I think that does. Yeah, I appreciate that Wayne gets the most squibs of anyone. I think he is also the one who gets shot the most of anyone that we see, at least. But yeah, and again, I am not in favor of the violence. I do find that with Wayne, like, because he's just such a piece of shit. He's such a bad person. I don't want anything to happen to people like that in real life, but in a piece of fiction, there is some catharsis there, and they knew that. They understood that, because, like, it goes on for a little while. Like, from when they start shooting him to the last shot is fired at him, I think it might be like 20 fucking seconds, which is a long time for two characters to be shooting at one character. That's like, there are shootouts that include more participants shot that are shorter than that, And I think that does. Holy shit. I think we might actually have finally. I believe I've said everything that I have to say about this movie. Can you tell that this movie fucking means something to me? That this is something that actually, like, again, I'm not saying it's perfect. Absolutely. But I think it's really fucking interesting, and I appreciate swinging for the fences like this, and just, yeah, the fucking craftsmanship, the message, and how consistent it is. There really are not very many times where it feels like it is struggling. Um, yeah, I think that might be everything. Holy shit, I was not expecting to go for anywhere near as long as, yeah. Uh, let's see. Okay, I'm just real quick gonna fast forward through the entire movie mentally to see if there's anything at all left that I still really wanted to say. I appreciate that even after they kill Rodney Dangerfield's character, there is still, like, he keeps appearing to her. Like, that's the thing. Like, and that's something that having been to Vietnam, he would know. Killing someone that scares you does not take away their power over you. It takes them out of the world of the living, but you might spend the rest of your life. There are people who saw someone die very early in their life, and that, yeah, it stayed with them for the rest of their lives. They lived decades, and they never really stopped, yeah, reliving that person's death. Oh, right, sorry, I'm mixing up. Yeah. In addition, there's people who purposefully killed someone because they were afraid of them, and yeah, for decades after, they kept seeing their face. They would close their eyes and see that person's face. It didn't take away the person's power. In a way, it made them even more powerful over them, and yeah, I really appreciate that. Like, it doesn't really seem like they ever, that's the thing. I don't think Mickey is ever going to be fully satisfied if he doesn't, he needs mental health care, and I'm not sure he's going to be willing to get it. He seems like, with the yoga guy, he just said, he pissed me off. Seems like that happens a lot. I don't know. Maybe you're just not great at not hating other people. Have you considered that? Is that something that's crossed your mind at all, buddy? Because you really seem to shoot almost everyone you come into contact with, for as long as we've known you, yeah, I think, I feel like there's one more thing that I really wanted to say. Let's see. I think the let's see. What was the other thing that I really wanted to say? God damn. Let's see. So God, I swear there's just one more. Let's see. I should note, I am usually asleep at this particular hour. So it's good that I'm finishing up the video, because I might fall asleep soon if I don't. And then there's just going to be a bunch of dead air of me snoring. Let's see. I think, does it maybe, let's see. I think, does it maybe, let's see. The, right, I appreciate the detail that, Wayne tries to get Mickey to talk about his father, and gets shut down basically immediately. And as he, right before it's shut down, he says something along the lines of, there have been rumors, are you sure he shot himself? So basically, Wayne is trying to get Mickey to confess to patricide. He's trying to get him to say that at age, was it 8? Something like that. He used a shotgun, or he used a gun, I forget if it was, to blow his own father's head off. Because to Wayne, 52 murders in 3 weeks, that's not enough bloodshed. No. There has to be more, and that's also, even as when we have the live thing, we have to go live with a special report. They shove that other guy away who, he's not part of the story, and it looked like they were going to have a friendly little chat with him, but nope. There's, and yeah, it's like, oh, talk us what's happening, and they're like watching the live footage, and it's like, what is the journalistic value in this? What is being communicated to the viewer at home that is going to improve their understanding of the world? Like, this is just, you know, emotional porn, basically. Like, you're just watching violence. Like, this is, it's bordering on like snuff film, like you're just watching real violence, like in universe I'm talking about. They're watching real violence live on TV, and they were like, oh, this is a special bulletin, like, does this need to be? Because, like, listen, if this was helping people find out where Mickey and Mallory are so that the cops could get them and civilians could avoid the area, okay, that's one thing. But it's a jailbreak. Like, I mean, presumably civilians are not gonna, like, be super close and careless to the prison, right? I mean, I feel like, at least in the universe of this film, the exaggerated world, people probably know, jailbreaks, like, it's probably just a matter of time. Have you seen that fucking Dwight guy? Like, he has no control over that was also, sometimes a prisoner will walk right up to him, and at one point we see a prisoner, like a bloodied face, and Dwight doesn't even ask what happened. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like it's impossible that the guy started a fight, and they tried to use as little violence as at all possible, but you don't even want to ask. But yeah, Wayne, to him, for Wayne, it is tabloid style reporting on violence. To Mickey, it is committing acts of violence. Neither of them will ever be truly satisfied unless they just get, proper mental health care, and neither of them will, because that's just not in their nature. You knew I was a snake when you took me in.